Felipe Shetman. Just to tell you that the CAF action in Panama has been ongoing for 28 years now. So it will be 28 years soon, and it's been concentrated in coaching the country with our financial products and technical assistance as well to reach three fundamental objectives. First of all, sustainable economic growth. Number two, greater balance for the territories and support Panama and the role it has, especially when it comes to regional integration, and also to support an improvement in basic services for a better social cohesion. Now, in this sense, I'm inviting you to consult our country strategy document where you will find details of the sectors that we are supporting in Panama, the projects we have been coaching. And just to say that this forum, the conduction of this forum, is a part of that strategy. Now, today, we are meeting here. This is the call being made by CAF, so as from Panama to think, reflect on how to position Latin America and the Caribbean globally. Now, especially, I want to greet and thank to the person who is here with us, Dr. Guillermo Chapman Jr. I just want to tell you that 28 years ago, Panama was one of the first countries outside the Andean region that um, promoted the intention of converting CAF and the regional Andean Bank to a broader bank covering brought more banking services. And today I want to tell you that we have a strategy of becoming a regional development bank who has the most present in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have been able to achieve that thanks to the vision of this honorable people who are here with me, who have supported the entire journey of CAF throughout these 28 years, and that today they are making this call that we are, let's say, announcing here in Panama. So thank Guillermo Chapman Jr., who at that time, as planning minister, signed this agreement so Panama could be part of CAF. And especially significant is the fact that today I am here presenting his son, the economist Felipe Chapman, um, economic leader in the region, who will be telling us about Panama as entry gate for Latin America or to Latin America. So, floor is your minister. Thanks for being here with us. Many thanks. I thank you for words of my father, who is honoring us with his presence. It's a big, wonderful thing of yours. Can you hear me? I am ready. So, the first challenge of today is not only to compete with a Nobel Prize that is, he says, room is sense around a double volume up. So, it's a challenge for me to concentrate that and compete with a Nobel Prize than before. It's a pleasure, Lucia and Sergio as well, for the invite, for having me here to participate in this forum and this panel. And my congratulations for this grandiose event. It's the second time it happening, and has adopted Panama as its venue. It would be happen every year. It will become the most important one in Latin America and hopefully the entire continent. As our president baptized it, remember that President Molina called it the Latin American Davos in Panama. So I'm sure that as time goes on, we will be able to perfect this process so as to exceed the expectations of the real Davos. The number of persons that are participating here today, let me remind you, and Lucia was telling me that 9,000 persons and up to 10,000, that includes 6,000 that come locally, and the rest of 4,000, 3,000 that are watching us, streaming. And of course, that is quite an achievement. Apologies, it's a bit distracting that the noise of the high volume in that room next to us. Okay. But to keep the time, I've written some keywords, and I will try to follow the script as close as possible. And I will be making some observations in general. So this event is of vital importance for the Republic of Panama, not only because of the economic impact it has before, during, and after, uh, but also because it allows for a large number of persons to come to Panama and visit the country, the persons that have never been here before. And let me tell you a couple of anecdotes. Last week, we went to the boss, and my wife was with me, and she paid for her expenses, and it was a pretty good investment on her part. Out of her pocket, let's say. And during the flight in the airplane, I was approached by a steward, a French one, because we were traveling to Zurich initially. And you say, "You're a state minister?" And, yes, how do you know? Because you have the emblem of the minister over your lap, or the jacket. And I congratulate you for that, because the first time I'm coming, I didn't have the slightest idea of how extraordinary Panama is. Minister, you have a jewel. Well said. You realize the Panamanians are very good at hiding secrets if we don't share the beautiful and good things of our country. And in another forum in Madrid, that was another one. Two anecdotes. I was told by entrepreneur, Spanish one, and they said, "Minister, there are two things that are pretty important. We need to do it well, and we need to how to tell it well." And I think the first thing you are doing, okay, okay, but not the second one. Yeah, thank you for your feedback, I said. And we're going to take into consideration. That's why we are here, by the way, and in other places, let it know in Panama. And I was also told, called my attention, Minister, are you aware there are Panamanians who suffer from self-infliction of punishment? And I am aware of that, and as far as I remember, we are suffering from that. Well, where you need to learn how to love yourself better, because you don't know what you have, you don't appreciate what you have. And those of us who are outside, I think it's like we love and appreciate Panama, those that are more than those that are in the country. And finally, the last thing I want to tell you is why I'm here with you today. Why to leave, left the comfort aside in the private sector, and throw myself into the pool, so to speak, to become a public servant of my country. And that's how I regard what a state minister is, because I believe in the future of this country to start with, and I believe the opportunities of this country are limitless. I mean, we are far, far away from reaching our true potential. And supporting the President Molina and other members of staff, ministers, we all can contribute to open that trail, so we can get closer to that potential. You will find a public Panamanian citizen as well, uh, me contributing to that. And and because I'm going to follow the script closely as possible, I will be taking you through this Orthodox journey. What I'm going to share with you, and that is the opportunities that we have in Panama, but from a different point of view, a different narrative. It's an honor for me to address you in this forum to share the vision of Panama in a crucial moment of the world economy, a moment marked by profound or deep transformations in geopolitics and trade, technology, sustainability, and of course, supply chains. Now, I can expand that to the experience of Davos last week, and that reminds me of an expression of a good friend, a colleague, Minister of Economy and Finance of Uruguay, Gabriel O'Donnell, who, in our working session, reminded us, he said, uh, among ministers, that we are not in a time of changes, but we are actually changing the time, changing the era. So when it comes to the public sector, we have suffered that in the last year, especially in the last 12 months. And, and I realize that there are very few Panamanians that are really aware of that important and radical and dramatic change that the world is going through in terms of geopolitics, the economics, and the commercial trade. The message is that we in the national government mean that we are all pretty well aware. We have examined that situation, we have studied that, and we have been taking decisions, oftentimes not pretty understood, but they are the result of a deep analysis. There's no improvisation. The Panamanian, let's say, sense of smell is being kept because there are plans, there are criticisms, there are self-criticism, and if we are in the wrong way, we rectify ourselves and we take the right path again. And we need to emphasize in that. Now, today more than ever, the logistics, in Panama, and the systemic resilience has become a strategic factor when it comes to economic development, and of course, global security. And in this new context, Panama is not only restated historical vocation as a bridge in the world, but is projecting itself as a strategic platform to for a world that is undergoing a transition. For 500 years, Panama has occupied a special place in the architecture of international trade, from the very colonial routes that connected America to Europe, going through Portobello fairs, the Isthmic Railroad, the construction of the canal after the first attempt of the French by Ferdinand Lesseps. Our history has been closely tied to the evolution of international trade, mobility, and global integration. And throughout the 20th century, the Panama Canal was one of the greatest engineering works that transformed the world economy, reducing costs, time, distances, and connecting the most efficient way the main production poles that existed in the world at that time. During the first 25 years of this 21st century, with the expansion of the canal carried out with the resources of Panama, the canal that we inherited was important. Of course it was, but we knew that eventually it was going to become obsolete, which took us to take a fundamental decision through a referendum. Panamanians agreed to expand the canal, assuming the risk and putting the resources of money needed for the let's say improve the trade, and of course this new canal is much better than the one we inherited. And uh, without expanding or going into detail into what that meant, I think all Panamas understood that it was a pretty good investment. Now, there was a quantum leap. It's not a transit spot to become a distribution spot and distribution of freight with connections to over 1,500 destinations into the five continents. Today, Panama is not only passageway. It's a critical node in logistics. Now, however, the world that we knew has changed. And I said in the beginning, disruptions of the past few years, financial crisis, the pandemics, geopolitical stress, armed conflicts, energy crisis, droughts, climate event, extreme ones, have put in evidence the fragility of supply chains that are concentrated, excessively concentrated, that only working in function of the lower cost. So now we are going through a new stage of the extreme efficiency to resilience, strategic resilience, of the concentration to diversification, geographically wise, from passive logistics to intelligent logistics and predictive logistics. Now, this new paradigm defines the relationships between geography, economy, and power. It is what I denominate geologistics, the integration of the strategic location, the associated infrastructure, technology, and governance to optimize the flow of goods, data, energy, and of course, added value in an environment of high uncertainty. Now, in this fragmented world, the connectivity, safe one, reliable and flexible, becomes a strategic asset of the most important. So on the new under this new framework, Panama is evolving through a more sophisticated role, a structured link of the different value chains that exist around the world. It's not only the issue of moving goods, but to consolidate regional flows as well, facilitate light transformation and industrialization process, as well as to integrate advanced services, manage information in real time, guarantee continuation of operations. Panama offers platforms where the canal, as main artery of the world trade, converge with other aspects, like first world-class sports that we have debated so much during the past months, that are part of a strategic plan of the national government from the very first day the president took office, because we are far away from labor and to really take advantage of our competitive assets, our, of course, our undisputable geographical location. The hub of the Americas with direct connections with over 85 destinations, not only with passengers but freight as well. Interocean railway, highly efficient, that complements the canal. We saw recently with the acquisition of an investment of $600 million, and it shows the importance this canal has to the big logistics operations around the world, special economic zones as well, logistics and industrial parks, financial services, legal and corporate services, digital infrastructure, and human talent that is competitive. And this system converts Panama into an coordination or a spot that coordinates between Latin America, Caribbean, North America, Europe, and Asia, producing a more profound logistics and resilient system. For Latin America and the Caribbean, this transformation is an opportunity, an historic one. Our region cannot continue depending from the export of raw materials we know aggregate value. Sustainable development demands to increase that in the supply chain, to integrate those raw materials to complex industrial processes, strengthen innovation and human capital, and of course, the technological transfer. Panama is proposing to wants to become the regional platform for this productive integration, facilitating the friendshoring, attracting advanced manufacturing, promoting pharmaceutical hubs, technological hubs, and agro-industry hubs as well, developing digital services and regional financial services as well, integrating small and medium-sized companies and taking them to global markets. Our bet, so to speak, is clear: to become a strategic partner for good regional development, and not only a logistics facilitator. The Panamanian platform is evolving towards a 5.0 logistics platform characterized by digitalization, total in all processes involved, unique and smart tills and blockchain to facilitate foreign trade, AI applied to the prediction of flows, all port automation, interoperability, multimodal transportation, and all that under a central focus, providing environmental sustainability, energy efficient, and decarbonation of transport. Now, Panama is moving forward in renewable energy projects, uh, green hydrogen for navigation, electrification of transport, comprehensive management of the hydric resources in general, because there is no logistics competitiveness without sustainability. And we saw that in the we had the El Nino phenomenon and how affected the Panama Canal. And this, of course, constitutes a very strong strategic portfolio project, continuous modernization of the canal with investments in efficiency, digitalization, sustainability, hydric, especially with the new reservoir, and of course, climate resilience. Port expansion and logistics expansion. I already said that it's the cornerstone of the strategic plan of this country, strengthening the role of Panama as a regional hub for transfer of goods and working on redistribution country distribution, multimodal corridors, integrated interoceanic railroads, and ports, and operated under a single interoperable platform. The world looks at us as Caribbean, Atlantic, and Pacific as one single port. And even in our country, we don't end to appreciate that definition. Modernization and expansion of the Americas Air Hub in Tocumen, promoting freight, tourism, electronic trade, and connectivity for all companies. Digital transformation of foreign trade, reducing costs, times, and of course, regulatory frictions. Special economic zones of new generation, oriented to advanced manufacturing, pharmaceutical production, medical devices, agro industry, and of course, technology in the broader sense. Energy and green logistics, positioning Colombia, Panama, sorry, as a clean hub. Everything covered by right control platforms, the most sophisticated ones, especially meeting international standards and compliance of all regulations. This is a new world, more and more fragmented, but Panama is offering something that is scarce and is developed. Uh, Reliable connectivity, safe connectivity, and this institutional ability, the legal, let's say, advisory, and a clear view that we have, clearly established, not only for the short, medium, but also long term. Our country combines uh, unique geographic location that cannot be repeated, as I said before. Uh, World class infrastructure, an economy based on the dollar. Yeah, it's a dollar since we separated from Colombia. It's macroeconomic stability, competitive human talent that we should must strengthen, historical vocation for global trade. Panama does not compete with other logistic centers. As the president said this morning, and we haven't coordinated, by the way, to see how we coincide in our opinion, complement, using exactly that word that he utilized. Not looking to replace routes, but to integrate them. So, under this new international order, the countries that coordinate and stabilize will have a geopolitical relevance. And Panama,
Allow me to conclude with a reflection. Panama not only connects regions, not only doesn't move goods, it moves opportunities. Not only it enables trade, it enables growth and human development. Because at the end of the day, this is what it's all about, of the people in a world that it's in transition. Panama offers stability, connectivity, and strategic connectivity. So beyond like an entrance door, Panama, it's a global platform uh, for shared responsibility.
Gracias, ministro. Sin
Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you so much. It's a very important, all the aspects that you have mentioned, and that the value of that exceptional geographical location that Panama, it's accompanied by these actions, by these plannings, and all the investments that will make the consolidation of this logistical hub. And as we always said in CAF, if Panama does well, the rest of the region will do well, and CAF will do well as well.
entonces, si me permite una pregunta,
And therefore, if you allow me, and therefore something that you will allow me, it's this investment plan that it's going to require funding. And how do we visualize within the economy this access of to those financial markets that we financial that the financial entities that provide services to the countries provide, because there are so many challenges. Very interesting. And okay, very interesting. Since we initiated our session, we started a diagnosis of the country risk, especially because a couple of months later, the risk associated with Fitch ratings had reduced the risk assessment of Panama below the investment grade, something that all that follows markets had foreseen it, because it was written on the wall. And therefore, what took us, what we were surprised is that it happened in February 24 and not December 23. And we were able to see the position of the other two risk assessors, and the wait and see. And we thought, okay, and they said, okay, what will the people from Panama decide when they're cast their votes, and what does the government think? I need to acknowledge that they gave us the benefit of the doubt, and that's why we decided to try to understand that risk perception that the financial world has, and also the capital markets and the multilaterals on Panama. And we were able to see it's to consolidate and to recover trust, and that and to think because in the Panama, through its citizens and also through the officers that were, because the idea was to recover trust. And as way that we recover trust, saying, okay, we're going to do A, B, C, D, and as we start doing it, we were able to confirm that our plans were a very serious commitment, and we started to do it. And one of the first promises that we did in one of our first trips to be able to one of the things that we were able to see is that in the world of technology, we needed to go and see, because sometimes they may think that there's an avatar at the other side of the screen. They need to see that there is a human being that to whom we can check out, to whom we can see the behavior that this relate gives her not trust. That's why we sometimes don't understand that human contact is essential, and we're going to see the outcomes. This is something that will allow us to be able to have a menu of funding options that I need, that it was beyond my expectations. And we had so many opportunities for all the funding sources that one can imagine: midterm, long term, short term, and the commercial banks, multilaterals, and also development agencies, local value markets, the local stock market that we talked about, that was very important. And something that has not been improvised, we still haven't gone to the global capital markets. It's still waiting for the moment to be able to do it. And and here could say, okay, he's the and therefore, okay, sometimes they tell us when is Panama going to the market. And I say, when the market wants us to go to the market. And what does that mean? It's that when they give us the terms and conditions that are better than the other alternatives that we have. Fortunately, I'm part of a team that we have a lot of experience in the financial market and the capital markets, when we know how those individuals that are there, and that's why there is a very well thought and pathway where we therefore that it's very well thought about how to field the financial tools of the state of Panama from here to the end of the decade. And yes, that appetite for from international funding. And also thank you to the support of CAF, that whenever we've picked up the phone, they help us at the speed of light. And okay, I've talked about mission-based funding. Do you consider that this plans like an opportunity for the local capital market in Panama? And what do you think that this is going to have in the dynamization of the economy and in the democratization of access to that participation in the global investments of Panama. I laugh because I'm seeing a lady that is in the board of the local share market. And another surprise has been the huge welcome that the local capital market has had for sovereign debt. We decided to expand on the market, and I must acknowledge that the results have exceeded my expectations, and having to be the general manager and the president of the stock market. And I wanted to say, because this has exceeded my expectations, it's been expanded. And one of the elements that has played a key role was a very strategic decision that was taken by that Latinx, the local market, of being connected with the rest of the world. And they sued it through Euroclear, that it's one of the biggest companies. I think that after the American, and therefore it's through an instrument that it's called iLink. And mm, and therefore that's why not only, okay, the investors of Panama already had an access to this, but this have access to a global market where there it's more, because there's more cash flow, because one day was to give more cash flow and to the market. As we've increased the size of this, the game changed, the dynamics changed in a very important manner. The appetite, whenever we go to the market and we announce an offer, and 50, 60, we were able to get offers five times that, which is translated into competition to increase the price and to reduce the effective interest rate to pay. And as we started to know something, that we started to have external market operators that were from Panama, from the Europe and the US, and someone that has been with me in spring, or the fall in Washington, or in summer in New York. It's that so many people say, "Hey, we didn't have no clue that we could access the sovereign debt, Panama, the sovereign market from Panama, and not to wait to a global bonds." Of course, the amount is not the same when Panama goes to the global bond market. These are transactions of 1,000, 1,500, $2,000 million, and in the local market, at lower costs, the market does accept smaller amounts of 50, 75, $100 million, that who are not being able that can't be done in international markets, either by costs or lack of interest. A country to Panama, if they want to go to a national bond market to play $100 million, nobody's going to look you back at you. They don't. They don't answer your emails, and they want to do multimillionary operations that are not always the need. And therefore, when we have the needs to fund the work capital, that as well, that as a company we have peaks and valleys, and we can see that the local market has been a very effective solution. And always these foreign investors have been participating in the market, making it make having increasing liquidity, and they offer a lot of cash in the secondary market. That's why it's been a win-win.
Otra inquietud que tenemos
Another
al
concern that
respecto
we
es
have
la
with regard to that ambitious investment plan, that it's required to be able to position Panama and to strengthen its services.
respecto al
And
modelo
it's regarding to the model, to the
de
execution
prestación de
model,
esos servicios.
and also the provision of those
Una
services.
era de gran
And we are in an area that there is a lot of transformation at the engineering level. In the forum, we have the participation of very sophisticated companies of many developed countries that are interested in being able to know about in detail about those projects that are in the future plans of Panama, and what type of participation is Panama gonna have for those huge investment companies and of having been able to accompany Panama in this investment plan. Through what execution models are you considering to develop this? More than an execution model, I think that we're considering an ecosystem that fosters the conditions to be able to enable it, and to be able to have the possibility of being successful. I know it sounds like a cliche, but the more straightforward manner to do it, it's Panama, it's open for business. And as a matter of fact, and we can see in its own language, it was mentioned by the president this morning. And the thing is that let's don't, because don't let's we can look at the world in the last we I have seen that there is a global interest for Panama, and this is something that wasn't expected for me. And I can see that the interest that we have for Panama, now that I was in Davos, there are a lot of people that wanted to talk with us, to trying to be able to understand about the opportunities in Panama, what's not enough, and the workday started at 7 a.m. and ended up with dinners at night. And we were not able to take care of that, of all the people that wanted to get to know more about Panama in our plans. Therefore, the thing is that we can't, don't worry, because Panama is being positioned, and we're going to go into the top of mind. And we can say that in the topics of the ports, these are very curious things that although it was in our plans, we were not expecting that each important stakeholder in the shipping and port market would wanted it to knock on the doors of Panama, because they want to be here. And each key element, each key player in the world has Panama in their mind. And one of the things that called my attention was that in the first meetings that I had, I think that the most important shipping, I guess, in the first and the first and second shipping agencies that cross it through Panama, and I was a bit I wasn't there was a lot of geopolitical tensions, and I was a bit apprehensive, and they said, "Don't worry, Minister, we are optimistic, and we are seeing a future that everybody gave me figures that I can't repeat about the orders for the procurement, and also the orders for the manufacturing of new vessels that they're doing. The truth is that they're putting their money at risk, thinking in a much more that a much more fruitful future than the one that we were thinking. In the case of Panama, the thing it's beautiful in the case that we represent 5% of world trade, and we can say, and that we don't depend of them in the country, because it was a highly diversified economy, because we're not an oil company. An oil economy, we don't depend of other raw materials from other countries. And therefore, when we started to check out, and we can see that these things, I think that for me, it dissipated the concerns that I had about all the commercial and geopolitical tensions. It helped to ease me down. Okay, I know that we are out of mind and we have other talks in the room. In the forum, we have a big amount of youngsters that have registered to this second forum, and this is very encouraging amidst these global challenges of demographic crisis. And can you say a couple of words about the relevance of generational relay, and also the opportunities that you see for the youngsters in Panama, because of all this situation that you've been telling us? Of course. Yes, it's great to see young people, and I'm seeing here businessmen, I'm hearing politicians, I'm seeing uh, and this is something that it's very encouraging, because the truth is that we need to participate, we need to be trained, it's essential. And this is something that reminds me of one of the talks in Davos, one of the lectures in Davos about AI. and what they call a fire chat. And very brilliant minds that were talking, and they were talking about it. The truth is that one cannot finish visualizing and understanding the immediate future that comes, or the dramatic changes that come in the world. And this is something that remind me of the people, the Matrix. I don't want to scare people, but and and what's the name of the agent? I forgot. Agent Smith. I think that was his name, Agent Smith. But and we can say that these people from a very privileged and a very brilliant minds, they say that in a very little time we can say that AI, it's going to be able to reach a superior level of intelligence, more than, of course, that we don't know if it's going to be autonomy or not, or it's still going to depend on us human beings. And an expert will tell me, when I was doing this, they are going to depend of energy, and energy it's still controlled by human beings until we know it's controlled by us. And this would take me to the famous Matrix, when there was a topic of dehumanized energy, that I don't think that's going to happen. What I want to say, it's that to see young people and to understand these things and to be prepared and not to be afraid, because I don't want to cause fear. Quite the opposite. It's to be able to stop being afraid, because we that are a bit older, we're more afraid, and we have more afraid when we think about our children and the future generations, about how they're going to lead with this dramatic change. And my thing is that we have to get on board. We need to understand it. We need to dominate it, and to see how we get we get so much benefit, so that it accelerates the development of societies and human development. Okay, to be able created to be able to provide those tools to young people, so that they have an adequate internet, so that they can be adequately trained, and to be able to support those challenges that the country has looking forward. And we can say basic quality service. Of course, this is something that makes it possible for us to have a social cohesion. Minister, I would like to thank you for your participation. I would like to remind everybody here, and also the people that are connected online, that all the sessions in the forum have been recorded, and in high and with high quality resolution, and you're going to be able to access them all. Therefore, don't be afraid of missing out on someone, because on some of the sessions, because they're going to be recorded. And I also would like to thank our attendees for their attendance. A lot of success for all those big plans of Panama, and acknowledgement for the whole team that accompanies you. We do know that we don't build a country on it. A country is not built on its own, and it's very important to be able to work with the institutions, and also in the technical respect of the people that make it possible, and that all those leaders that are in front of the government achieve the transformation that a region needs. And thank you all so much, and we're going to continue with the next session.
Muchas gracias, ministro Chapman y Lucía Mesa.
Thank you so much, Minister Chapman and Lucia Mesa, for your contribution. We would like to thank everybody. We would like to invite you to share your reflections using the hashtag CAF, Foro Económica CAF, and you can follow us with Agenda CAF. Now, we are gonna welcome Alejandra Botero, who works in investment and development in PACAF, that it's going to follow with this panel, which is to structure the risk to growth, a band of the investment and development opportunities for the region. the development, and we would like to welcome to our speakers.
Muchas gracias. ¿Me escuchan bien?
Can you hear me well?
Bueno, este es uno de los paneles
This
más
is
interesantes, aunque pues no
one
tenemos
of the
toda
most
la
interesting
respuesta
panels,
completa.
although I don't have a
El Banco
very
de Desarrollo
objective perspective
representa
because
a Panamá
CAFE, it's a regional development bank, and we're here accompanied by a series of development about development banks. So we have the regional bank in the case of Complata.
y creo que viendo
And therefore, and I think that seeing what we
el
said
desarrollo,
yesterday and
los
what we see,
bancos de desarrollo tienen
we
un
can
rol de
see that
jugar
development banks have a
en
key
el
role
futuro
to
de la
play
región.
in the future
Entonces, vamos a
and in the
empezar
future of the region.
con
And therefore, we're going to see what innovative tools are,
la profundización
what
de
the
políticas
challenges. So,
públicas,
for
qué
example,
retos tenemos, qué
this is
estrategias
something that it's a
tenemos
very important.
internacionalmente.
What are we doing at the
Entonces, en
national
esta
and
conversación,
subnational level? The idea
vamos a
is
tener
that
muchas
we have
experiencias
some
y datos y
stakeholders
ejemplos para
that have a
compartir.
lot of experience and examples to
Esto nos va a
share.
tener
And what I'm going to
casi
do
3 horas
is to be able to have
aproximadamente.
three rounds. And if we not, and if we get to a fourth one, great. But the idea is that everybody answers that in that same way, we're going to generate a very interesting conclusions for the audience.
Si les parece, voy a empezar con la primera pregunta.
And therefore,
En el contexto actual, ¿cuáles
in
son las
the current
oportunidades más
context,
concretas
what
para
are
lograr
the
escalar
the
nuevos
specific
mercados
opportunities
a
to be
nivel
able to
regional?
create and scale,
¿Qué
to
sectores
create and
estratégicos
scale
tienen
a
potencial
new
de crecimiento
markets in and
significativo?
what's the strategic potential to
Esto de los
enhance investments not only for the countries but also from a
si
subnational
les parece,
perspective. And
primero
therefore,
empezamos
okay,
con la
if you want,
pregunta del Banco Nacional de Panamá.
I'm going to start with you from let's start with the National Bank of Panama. Okay, I want to tell you that we discovered the depth of the markets during the pandemic. In the fact that the
No es un banco de fomento, pero tiene el rol de banco de fomento.
study case because it's not a development bank, but it's like a development bank, and it's also a commercial bank that that manages the funds of the from the Panamanian state. We are like a semi for the creation of low resource mortgages with preferential interests. Wherefore, during the last 6 years, we were able to place $350 million per year, 6,000 mortgages for a year, and for those we require long-term funds. Okay. We had the capital that was paid by the bank, and we also behaved like a commercial bank, and we have like a match offer statements. And when we were impacted by the pandemic, we went we went to the international market for the first time, and we found something wonderful. And in 116 years, the bank had never gone into public markets. That's why we started to do our own emission. And we had okay okay the insurance okay the idea we had a forecast that it was going to drop 90%. Nobody knew what was going to happen. That's why at the market level it became an opportunity.
En el momento más bajo
The
de la
lowest
historia del 10-year Treasury, el
level
día
and
más bajo fue el 4 de
lowest
agosto del
day, that was the
2020.
4th of August
Estaba a
2020.
0.50.
We had
Hoy está en
0.50.
4.30
Now
y pico,
it's
4.40.
4.30
Y
something.
el spread de Panamá
Now
eran
the
200
Panama
puntos. Entonces
spread for
hicimos
200
una emisión
points.
a 1.000
So
millones a
1
2.50
billion
a
to
10 años
2.50,
bullet.
10
Y
years,
eso nos
and
permitió
that
seguir
allow us
atendiendo
to continue
el tema
providing service to the mortgages. It was a good event for the country. I dare to say that Panama is the country that has the most number of owners of homes. Uh, because of the favorable conditions, there are banks that are willing to lend, especially the subsidies that are available for that. 3.75 for a mortgage percent for a mortgage. And 2.75 is the differential. So as this is to say that there is worth saying that uh, private and commercial bank play their role. But of course, there's a number one bank in agribusiness, and the access to multilateral ones. Right now, we are structuring with CAF some amount of money for that sector. So many thanks. That topic of housing as a key sector for development is one of the most important ones and very interesting one that you have to be able to access international markets, especially in complex times such as the pandemic. So, Jorge, do you dare to be the next one? Yeah, pleasure. Well, first of all, many thanks to CAF for the invite and how important it is that we can speak about development bank after listening to our presidents and ministers of the economy and to have a comprehensive agenda for that. Those of us who work for the development bank, we need to get together to potentialize the global development system. We are not talking anymore about World Bank or even the European Bank or certain national promotion bank. Today, there's a system that should be must work in a cohesion ways, and the mobilization of capital come from the entire chain, supporting, of course, the regional banks and the national and subnational banks as well. So this is a new standard altogether, the one that we, and thanks to the participation of these events, and we, I was also in the Seville last year, and we all trying to learn about this and learning about the trends and opportunities that the development bank is facing today to close gaps and what are the needs for development banks because as there are opportunities on one way, there are changes in legal framework, for instance, and we can talk about a real national development one bank that is part of the capital market. The idea is to promote all type of markets in a country and not to be a second floor development bank with its own regulation. No, we can say that coffee has pretty four differentiated markets: support to the financial market, the closing of gaps and infrastructure and productive system, the support to SMEs through intermediation channels that could be regulated or not, or even investment funds, fintechs, factoring, and many other that allow us to reach to all, including SMEs, and having the state as a partner to put the formulation of public policy. So we have an opportunity to reinvent ourselves in line to the main challenges that development bank is confronted. It's nothing else than mobilizing capital and attract investment, investment that is oriented to close gap with a sustainable focus and improve the quality of life of our population. That's the main reason of being. And what are the sectors being asked where the best opportunities are? So I reaffirm myself in that chart that I showed where depicting the gaps in the region. That is social infrastructure program directed to water, sanitation, improvement, and connectivity. Those are fundamental. It has a lot of potential to attract capital because sustainable focus is appealing, well received. And on the other hand, to increase productivity of the business sector as a whole, from the very big companies to the micro companies going through the SMEs. And there are a lot of opportunities. And uh, I don't think there is nothing new really, but development banks in the region was not providing, let's say, collaterals for investment portfolio. You answered my second questions already. No, what I'm trying to say is that there are several instruments that can help us to take to these sectors that are in need of financial services, especially those that have us focus on sustainability and support to SMEs as the another one. Many thanks, Jorge. And I will go now to Botafogo, chairman of La Plata. That's the regional bank that we have here. It would be quite interesting to speak about bank systems, how to work on a more interconnected basis, not only between countries, but subnationally. Maybe if you can complement a little bit about the, yeah, what you are doing with national ones. Yes, and many thanks. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you. Yeah, truth is that for Plata, uh, as a regional or in even the sub-regional bank, we are working very closely to the national with the national ones, and these are the sectors like water, sanitation, road infrastructure. The difference is, and talking about the interconnection between banks from Plata, what it normally does is what we call the last mile. Big bands can fund big infrastructure works at national level, but then the small cities or the more isolated bay regions, zones in border areas do not have the access to this infrastructure because it's not easy to produce or to have projects close to them. The finding the instruments of the big banks are not the right ones to, let's say, to carry out small works or very specific work. Doesn't mean that we are not in big projects. Yes, we can do a project of 300, 400, or $300 billion, but to have just one work like a water intake for a water system or a sanitation plant is different that like in Uruguay it's 61 locations and the corresponding infrastructure for water. So it could be just one single big project, but it's not that easy to work on 61 or sometimes 120 tenders and bids because they are small. So to have the right instruments for subnational ones is fundamental. And those are projects that generate immediate impact. Population, the most needed. Well, this morning we were listening to the presidents, and they were saying about taking development to the poorest one, to people that live in isolated, remote places where normally they don't receive the basic services like water, electricity, safe transportation, and life, so to speak, happens in the city. It doesn't happen in the countryside, or it happens in the small cities even. And it is there where From Plata is concentrating a lot to have the right instruments for subnational ones. And then talking about capital markets, we are participated more and more in market. We're still small, but we have uh, uh, working in Japan and in Switzerland produce with issuance of financial instruments to capture capital and. Uh, Funders need to know where each dollar is going to. So we produce a sustainability report, a report of our uh, loans and liabilities, and we in that way we can inform the investors. We have worked on the water intake of this and these other cities, and there are many markets that can um, let's say um, have their own banks and we can get together all to. It's quite interesting to see that it's kind of a new border. National regional development banks entering this new areas, crossing this new border. And Jose Alberto, you have this, your bank is something that has been in place for 30 years, but it has developed already investment instruments for different scenarios to serve what sectors exactly? What are the most interesting sectors for you? And let me link that with the second question, the instruments itself. What instruments or collaterals, guarantees, etc., have been uh, put in place and done deeper to reach those sectors or segments, the population that normally are not served, and the development banks are not want to go there. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. Alejandra, many thanks to CAF as well for the kind invitation to share with you the experience of Bancoldes. Bancoldes is a business development bank of Colombia. I believe that everything needs to start by understanding the function of development banks to close market gaps and reach market needs. And I think that's fundamental, but that is what differentiates us from the normal commercial banks. We also need to know what's the difference of what is going on happening in the world and what are the changes that trends produce. That why this morning when the opening of the forum it was very interesting to listen to presidents when they spoke about opportunities that they are in the region and it's a region that can provide food to the entire world. The seed of minerals that are uh, demanded for the digital revolution. And we are seeing that in Balcodes, we are observing that. And what that presupposes, well, it means that there are industries that are linked to productive transformation. The manufacturing industry continues to be quite relevant and needs to be relevant, perhaps as President Lula mentioned, so that products that we can obtain in the region are transformed in the region and can be exported to the rest of the world. There are opportunities that we need to know and benefit from that. Another sector that we are watching closely is those that are linked to the economy of care. Self care is no secret for anyone. The changes in trends that derive from the aging of the population. This is something that's happening worldwide, and the reduction of fertility rates. Now, that means that everything that's got to do with food, for instance, the care of homes in general, care of one health, is becoming an industry that is moving forward quickly. And countries like the ones that exist in our region where over 90% this kind of markets are medium-sized and small-sized company. Many of them are family business that altogether have an important weight in GDP, as it happens in Colombia. MIPINs or SMEs generate about 40% of national GDP. So clearly, there are sectors that we need to go in and interact with. Now, because you mix that question with that of the instruments, we'll going to leave that aside. Development banks, and especially because of that counter-cyclic situation, we are exposed to a world of market gaps and vacuums a lot. So it means that we need of a better focus. And by the way, I am quite proud, and this is an excellent scenario to say you that Bacoldes has started a transformation process because it has understood the changes in trends. It understood that companies that are being born today are quite different from companies or businesses that were started 30, 35 years ago. Because generational wise, there are businesses that want to develop services that are in love with technology. There are open businesses or companies to the world. So we have identified four strategic focus around which we are prioritizing the activities of the bank. The first one is financial inclusion because as it was well explained by Luciana, we need to contribute to the development of population, the poor population in our countries. And that means that we need to go through company transformation and reduce informality, that we need to take micro businesses of the popular economy and informal businesses to a stage of formality and produce therefore growth. And we need to serve the SMEs that are formal, that are having access to the financial service, but they don't because the terms, rates of loans, and other conditions do not suit them. Now, another thing is production and competitiveness. Clearly, we have company businesses weaknesses around competitiveness. There's a enormous gap that need to be closed, and development banks have instruments to fund investment projects of companies, not only the big ones. When you talk about an investment project of a business, a company, you imagine like a huge investment in capex and yes, of course, that type of projects exist, but there are investment projects in micro companies. There are investment projects in medium-sized companies as well, and that, of course, impact competitiveness, local, regional, and national competitiveness that benefit consumers. Now, the third front is internationalization, because we are all concerned when there is an announcement. New tariff policies, and we want to migrate it quickly to other markets with a new product to compensate for that. And that doesn't happen overnight. And for that, development banks need to accompany the process. And it also presupposes that there is the diversification of the export proposal, export uh, products. Yeah. So I think Professor Ricardo House is here in this forum and some other senator who has shared with us the entire theory and the economic complexities and tools that we must use to uh, promote funding. And finally, within those strategic spots, there is energy transition and sustainable development. Of course, not lesser topics because they reduce costs, promote sustainability, protect environment, etc. And just to mention a couple of examples and give time to my colleagues in the panel to present their ideas, I want to highlight some we have done when it comes to insurance. Blended finance is one. Be able to lever and put resources that are public along with private resources for development projects. Bancoldes has the capacity to be a manager of private funds, and we created in 2019 the first funds in the country, and it has given us, among many other results, to have $340 million to fund entrepreneurships that produce high impact. And in that same fund of funds, we have a compartment of impact that w- reach micro companies in Providence Island, especially after the uh, tragedy of Hurricane Iota, providing risk capitals and impact capital, and amounts that range between 13,000 to $100,000 when it's a small amount when we are talking of private capital. But that changed the life of people and businesses. And the last experience that I would like to highlight as part of these new instruments is what we were able to do in energy transition, utilizing resources from the National Development Fund for Infrastructure alongside with other development banks such as the National Development Fund to provide a credit program for the adaptation of solar panels in companies. It's a credit program. The total amount is $75 million. We launched the first phase uh, about mid 2025, $20 million. So we have placed eight of those, and that sounds little when it eight in 96 companies, most of them micro companies, micro businesses, which also implies a cultural change and be able to show you or show them rather that that type of innovation increase competence. I'm going to reserve other aspects for the next questions. Thank you, Jesper. Many thanks.
Digamos, con la
Alberto,
conversación, dándonos cuenta
we-
todos
uh,
que hay
listen
muchos
to all of you,
diferentes
we
mantos
realize that there are multiple hats development banks can wear, and at the same time, characters that pop up according to the needs of the environment, and so as not to compete with the private sector, for instance, but rather to complement what the private sector is doing and generate new products. And the bank has reach the last mile, strengthen the systems of the countries as a whole to irrigate capital such as coffee they has done. So I believe I'm going to take advantage of formulate the second question now, which is about instruments. And because many of these topics already have been addressed, what are the challenges you see for the next 5 years using those multiple heads of like the National Bank of Panama? One of the most emblematic operations we had last year was an BP loan to mobilize its resources amounted to $500 million for mobility. And given the size of the operation, well, it was pretty interesting, not only for this bank, for many others. So please tell us a little bit of the instruments and challenges. Well, we are directing those resources to MIPIMES, SMEs, in the agro business and led and managed by women. What's more, the pandemic was an awakening for many of us. We reached the multilateral ones which had funds available to promote this. Big companies already almost always have access to capital, but not it's not the case for the small ones, small producers, and that is important because we need to preserve the productive fabric. We had a program at that time with PIT. It was called Protection to the Productive Fabric and Promotion Unemployment, acronym in Spain, in Spanish, sorry. And we acted as second level bank, second floor bank. And we managed to access 4,800 SMEs. We estimate that 35,000 jobs were preserved and kept at that time. That's fundamental, and that program was kept moving. And the bank understood the need the country has. We are not a we act a promoting bank, but we are not. We manage the funds of the Panamanian state, so we have a social role to fulfill, and we focus our effort to SMEs. And now the CONCACAF and through the cooperation we agree, well, it's also oriented to that sector, which is the sector most in need. We have uh, a lot of liquidity in the system to serve the big company, but the small ones need a little bit of help for that. And we, President Molino, for instance, choose the national bank, given it experience in the farming sector. We are back number one. I have the largest portfolio of loans, only uh, agricultural projects. And he asked us to produce a diagnosis, an institution that is still called Agro-Farming Development Bank. An institution that was conceived in 1972 to support the small producer, but it was politicized, and the reason for being changed. And for years and decades, it was only in the hands of politicians. The President Molina asked us, and Eddie Calderon, the deputy manager of the National Bank, is here with me right now, and he was in charge of producing this initial diagnosis to say that that institute, and the name is wrong, by the way, from the very beginning, because it doesn't capture deposits from the public. It's only nourishes itself from injections of capital. It doesn't have accounts. So that, as you can realize and see, it's different. If we are going to turn it into an agro-farming development institution, we're going to disburse money for 430 projects, amounting $17,000 in average each. It's called the National Business Development Bank, but we need to take it to assembly to change not only the name but the reason for being of this bank. There is a program for the opening of wells. It was for small producers. Something was not totally ignored and not served for many, many years to extract water. If you don't have enough water, your productivity is really the floor. And asking us to fund. as well. So 10,000, 12,000, $13,000 each. And these institutions, promotion banks, etc., should be focused on that as well. And with the supervision of surveillance of credit flow. Now, we have an excellent team working on the surveillance and supervision of these projects. The entire business model is changing. So we have a vocation of supporting SMEs to start with because we understood that that is fundamental for the economic development of our country. We cannot ignore the small producer nor the small trader. The National Bank has been so successful, and we are proud to say we are successful because of that. And now with the CAFE project, um, we have just established another program with the IDB that produce or issue guarantees for SMEs that do not have a collateral guarantee to back a loan. So maximum amount of 600,000 and the guarantee covers 50% of the loan required by the SME up to 300,000 to yeah to cover those businesses that have projects but doesn't have the guarantee. We have seen some successful ones. Production of cocoa and chocolate. Yes, other countries have the reputation of the best coffee in all international forums. They, they we sell dozens of pounds of cocoa, but there was not industry around it. Those that wanted to move forward in the issue were small companies. They didn't have the funds. Now we are at least back in a business led by women who is producing the best cocoa available. And for those of you that flew in Copa, that's a small chocolate that's being distributed among passengers. A deep brown color, that chocolate. Now, it's been funded by National Bank and it is SMEs led by women. And that's where we are heading to. Uh, we will be using the funds of CAF in that direction. Well, many thanks, Javier, for Oro Moreno. Yeah, Oro Moreno is called this a business. Yeah, if they don't give it to you during the flight, please ask for a bar. Now, I'm going to move this way and all the work now COFIDE around entrepreneurship and using new instruments because you were leading a change inside COFIDE to serve better. But there's a challenge in there. So what to do so as not to replace the commercial bank, but rather to play a complementary role. And SME is constituted an example, extraordinary example, especially when it comes to the preservation of the productive fabric, like 50% in the case of Colombia. But tell us a little bit your work in Peru to preserve productive fabric and the new innovative instruments that you are using to reach those non-served populations. Thank you, Alexandra. I would I would start by the innovative funding instruments that been designed. Part of the efficiency to put this in the market is that we need to improve our costs, terms and conditions. Because if we don't have better terms and conditions, there will not be enough capacity to provide the right funding. So sustainable instruments is also important consideration. COFIDE is the main issuer of sustainable instruments, green, social, the other one that is called blue, but now we are international markets. And then at uh, other in other sectors, entrepreneurship is one of them. I think it's fundamental to develop programs that can position the bank as natural funder, not necessary to compete. No, but it's to have a role to play in anti-cyclic circumstances. When there are withdrawal of DFPs, diminishing the capacity and the pension systems can intervene to buy titles. COFIDE issue a program to participate in sustainable bonds and using surpluses in the treasury and that we buy bond that's a bond level up to 25%. Yeah, that's part of the capital market. Well, maybe we have uh, we intervene to buy one of these. It's called TIC. There is no strong ecosystem and investment funds. We have a program to participate. They have clear parameters and the market knows. In Peru, an investment fund is promoted that is going to fund agribusiness, that is going to fund infrastructure, that is going to fund SMEs, or even equity up to a certain limit where we are in conditions to participate. Nevertheless, actively by requesting a quota. That now, you will move to productive funding, on the other hand, for infrastructure. What is fundamental is the direct co-funding. I will highlight the possibility of private technical assistance, helping with the preparation of technical feasibility. In 54 years, there's something that's never done. The challenge, of course, is helping the state and need to understand to change the regulation so that these resources can be deployed. Uh, uh, there are public institutions for technical assistance. Nobody wants to write a letter because, no, this is new. I don't want the controller's office on top of me. So it's a big challenge and a big opportunity. Well, now moving through the SME sectors, I was talking about a portfolio guarantee, sharing risk. Yes, we would like to have more blended funds, and we have a lot of public funds, but it's hard for the state to understand what is the advantage of being part of a blended finance. And the first resources assigned, we can lever that, inviting third parties to participate as well. And a combination of resources. Well, the state can assume losses to a certain extent. Maybe can be appealing for other investors. But we have a lot of expectations to portfolio guarantees for SMEs. We are just beginning with a microfunding and to even promote the microfinance scheme. COFIDE is the main funder of the, especially for credits and savings municipal um, offices or they require capital, and we are working hard to offer them um, perpetual fund and will increase in the funds we have assigned to them to 10 to 20 years. So the possibility is that they have more capital to expand. What is good at this moment is that we have the capacity to develop a program in a time where the financial system in Peru is doing well. The average in banks 14%, uh, small savings accounts, good profitability. This is the right time to say, yeah, your support is welcome. But BP portfolio is the emphasis, not to fund projects of housing, for instance, that could produce a good impact, but that you don't know how to do it. So the potential that we see in new instruments is pretty broad, but the challenge is that the growth of the bank should be accompanied by a flexibilization in regulation to soothe our peers, some of our peers, without going into detail really, but the possibility to attract and retain talent, the possibility to deploy resources with greater flexibility, because no one wants to substitute the commercial bank, but we are working right in the limits of the commercial bank. We are under the regulation of commercial bank, but we cannot use all instruments as covered as it should be. So there are challenges. Mm, Not only coffee is suffering this, we've been in contact with other national development banks of the region. The truth is that we know of these painful points and we need to sue them, as I said before, so as to support the national development.
De nuevo.
Okay, I think that those challenges for the future, when we think about a regional bank, Luciana, you were talking about the last mile. and how can you adopt to tools on big projects to adequate it to a small project at the subnational level, but other tools, and what challenges do you see in the coming 5 years, like con Latam? I think that one of the treatments that we will need to strengthen a lot are the loans without sovereign guarantees, especially nowadays. We are strong on public banks because we are reaved for the last mile, and the public regional bankers goes even more to the small municipalities, to the SMEs. And the idea is to be able to work with better conditions and to be able to have better conditions. One of the things is with big banks amongst to do exchange agreements. And to exchange a portfolio, it's something that helps us to strengthen and more as a financial bank, and to be able to have loans at the local currency. It's because the local bank cannot assume the risk. And this is something that we wanted to bet on at the non-sovereign. And the other thing is we're going to do exchange events and to try a big event, and but not to activate all the events, to be able to grant the borrower, give them the possibility to execute on each transit, to be able to include the characteristics and not the final goal, but how we get to the final goal. And many times the banks, our biggest banks, we have a loan that it's designed at the beginning, and we needed to execute the same assets. And what we want is how to be flexible enough to be able to keep on with the proposal, and but how we can how can we change, because the world had changed fast. That's why we needed to have this flexibility. We have a pandemics. We cannot provide, but if we can have the flexibility of change in the different sectors, and therefore one important thing is that there are funds in the world, but there are good projects too. And I think that what we are looking for is to do a partnership with some centers when we talk about innovative topics as climate, biodiversity, but to be able to have a measurement of the methodology of the impacts, and everything is well structured. We have a partnership with international initiatives, and to be able to create a framework of how to predict, how to and so that these projects to be able to look for nature positives, or to have to be able for these type of projects. But for that we need to strengthen the one that does the project, and to create to access this funds. It's not easy, even less if we go to a subnational level, even if we go to a small location. But this is a challenge, is something that we can help out. And because there are resources, we need the capacity to access, and also we need flexibility from the donors when reaching these populations.
No sé si alcanzamos a terminar, José
Thank
Alberto.
you so much, Luciana. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna, okay, 2 minutes for all, the last round, but if you can please tell us your perspective among the challenges. It's very important what you were saying about the projects and to create those capabilities. This is something that happens in the governments, but also mm, therefore this is because to have banking projects, it's very important. And um and therefore that's why we needed to have green accounting, and the challenge is to be able to get to a silver economy, the economy of care. what challenges do you see for the development banks like Bancoltex? What are the I think that I told you about the bank's transformation. This bank's transformation can be summed up in a very straightforward. It's more banks and more developments. Because whenever they ask us, we cover this topic from the banking's perspective, and therefore we talk about funding. We talk about the financial structure, but the truth is, it's that something that we have been able to see. It's that we still miss listening to our patients and to understand the international dynamics. And I think because I think that we all know Cartagena, that the business structure of Cartagena, it's different from the business structure of Cali or Bogota. And this to talk about um, capitals, because if we go to the intermediate cities, one can see that there are differences, that there are different kinds of emphasis. Some wanted to go to exporting activities, others to services, and the offer that what we offer as a bank, it's like it's an offer that applies for everybody but doesn't apply to anyone. We end up excluding the companies from the resources that it needs, because besides we also guess, and that's why the main challenge for me is to be able to have more developments going to the territories, getting to know all business activities, developing very specialized projects. And if there's someone that has to be innovative in the financial sectors, it's us. Developing banks, because the commercial bank, it's been invented, it's a commodity, but we still need to have that interaction. And this is something that we cannot accomplish it from one day to the other. And it's a key proposal in our transformation. The structuring is so important. And I agree with Luciana. And what we see is that when one doesn't listen to the customer, when one doesn't go to the territories, it doesn't understand what needs to be structured. And that's why we need to strengthen the structuring capabilities. And when we talk about more bank, I would highlight two challenges. And the first one is that we need to break a paradigm, because it's key that I need to get funds to be able to leverage a credit demand that I have. But it becomes like a dilemma between the hen and the egg, and that's why that as I don't have a demand, I don't look for alternative funding. And I think that we need to break this cycle, because we have foreseen it to expand on the tagged emission bonds with different kinds of tags, because we need to have digital transformation. That's why we need to go to the capital market, and we need to get funding for digital transformation projects. Of course, we need to look for demand to not have financial issues, but we need to, in a very conceptual manner, to start to change the paradigm. And the other thing that I would like to highlight, it's the way in which we work. And this is internal, and it's to break the threads in the organizations, and that we were able to implement a work under a collaboration framework with agile methodologies that allow us to break the internal threads, and that we can give a very specific response to customers, and to be able to leverage our corporate indicators. That's why we need to work in the inside, more banks, more development.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Más interesante esa perspectiva
Thank
más
you so much.
macro
What a
de
very
lo que
interesting
estamos
perspective.
conversando.
More bank and more development. And
En
also,
este minuto,
now we have one more minute, and I'm going to ask you to a
pero
very brief exercise.
para
But
empezar,
can you
porque ya
please
tenemos
tell me from
final,
your
¿sí?
perspective? Please give me a
Que
sentence.
queremos trabajar más en pro de la integración
and what do we want to work regarding regional. And this is something that we talked about the president. We see that it's a huge opportunity for the region, and therefore in each of your institution, it's what we need, are able to have more regional integration. Luciana. And I think that for us, it's the possibility to take care to the end customer. Yeah. Okay. Panama has funding to be able to finance the region. And therefore, we're going to see the logistic platform at in the National Bank. We are supporting the free trade to support a new stage regarding the storage because we're going to need it. And we are here with our siblings in Mercosur to give them the logistic platform to export their project. And of course, and with the agreement that you just signed and the opportunities that we have, therefore, we need agility and logistics. And to complement Jorge, yes, of course, logistics and exports for our companies, it's essential. But I would like to add the technology and digitalization. I think that it's important to be able to integrate for the new modernity, the new realities that we are living. And I would like, okay, yeah, just for that. I would like it to answer to something that my colleagues, Jose Alberto, for example, will said. It's of course the development banks we play an extremely we don't work just because of the quality. No, no. And this is something not for the quality of life. It's not what we do. It's innovator. Because if it's done in the market, as he will said, the commercial banks are going to take it. Because the truth is that part of the motivation of working in a development bank is that we work in tools that are not totally tested, and that not everybody, okay, the innovation of tools and to be able to scale it beyond the and Jose Alberto. Okay, we have more things in common than what we imagine. And the development banks, we also have more in common that we consider because it's to take advantage of the experiences, to take advantage of funding, of technology, to take advantage of technical assistance. And I do think that we can bet on economic growth and business mobility. Okay, thank you all. A big round of applause. Thank you
Buenas tardes a todos.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Mientras arreglamos un pequeño toque técnico. Bueno. Buenas tardes a todos.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Sandra Conde. I am the energy and minerals and strategic gas director, and I would like to validate that our panelists are listening. Okay. And welcome everybody. My name is Sandra Conde, and I'm the Director of Energy, Gas, and Strategic Mining from CAF, the Development Bank of Latam and the Caribbean. And I would like to welcome you to your panel where we are going to be talking about clean energies and energy transition. And something that it's important for energy safety, strategic development, and the climate actions in the city. We can see the LATAM starts from a comparative advantage with a high vulnerability, despite the fact that it's rich in renewable energies, especially hydroelectric. But there are increasing vulnerabilities associated to the dependence to fossil fuels, and therefore, and also that there are gaps in infrastructure to advance in this energy transition. It's much more than to have new renewable capabilities, and it requires innovative and also modern infrastructure, and also a very inclusive perspective that considers the social impacts and territorial impacts. In this panel, we have energy transition with a climate urgency for a region, and trying to land that discussion in this. Okay, from CAF, and we're working on this agenda, trying to promote the fair energy transition of the region, and trying to support the country in its efforts for doing renewable sources, energy resources, and also the distribution and the storage of gas as a fuel, and the transition and of hydrogen as a new energy vector to be able to decarbonize, and also the productive chains. Uh, and therefore, all these topics that we're going to be discussing in our panel. Therefore, without further ado, we are going to give the floor to Andrea so that she can start the discussion. Okay, thank you so much for being here. Good afternoon, everybody, for this topic about this technology. It's very important how we are going to communicate. Yeah, I see you can hear me well. I know people can hear me well. Oh, okay. Okay, welcome. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Andrea Bernal. I'm a journalist, and it's great to be here in this panel where one can learn so much from all of you. Uh, our region has a very important advantage that we already have one of the cleanest grids in the world, but that advantage it's not always translated in reliable and accessible and competitive resources and the skill investment that we require. That's why today we're going to talk about energy transition, not only of climate change or climate agenda, but we need to go beyond that. And that's why I want to introduce Sandra had made its good work. And therefore we have Jose Antonio Hurtado from Cox, Monica Lupianis from Inter Energy, Monica, and also Sebastián Ruales, the CEO of Bio, and also Andrés Rebolledo, the Executive Secretary from OLADE, and also Javier Pastorina, who is the Managing Director of Latam and Siemens Energy. I would like to start with a question for all, and that we can start because I was going to tell you that Latam has exceptional renewable resources, but it also has gaps. It has gaps in infrastructures and regulations, in funding, in access. where this starts and what's the competitive advantage with regards to other regions, Monica? Okay, thank you so much. I would tell you that although, and I apologize because I'm gonna take this off because it's very uncomfortable, but I think that the distance that we are having is not the same thing in all the places in all countries in the region. And I think that, as you well mentioned, that we start from a privileged position. We have the resources and we have a very good strategic to be able to welcome fossil fuels and also fuels like gas. That's why we have that proximity for all. And I and therefore the transition doesn't have to take you to problems, to issues that we currently don't have, but also to face those to imagine a transition for each of our countries, and also to try to include in a lot of renewables and the country generations matrices, and therefore this has allowed us to take some weaknesses, and that we also need to recalculate the agenda. And I think that everybody is clear that that energy transition, it's where we have to be, but without taking that excess cost to the end customer, because having to change those thermal to be able to start to include, and therefore I think that we
¿no? Y hacer que realmente esa inclusión o esa entrada de renovables se hiciera de una manera paulatina, o como muchas de las matrices necesitaban acompañadas de almacenamiento o acompañadas dentro del uso del gas, por ejemplo, para darle esa inercia y darle esa flexibilidad. Nuestras matrices no están remunerando en muchos lugares el Fast Frequency Response, el Black Star, y no están remunerando a lo mejor la flexibilidad de la demanda que estamos necesitando. Entonces necesitamos adelantarnos a que eso comience a ser resuelto para que realmente no acabe siendo un problema que pague el usuario final, ¿no?
Pues ya tenemos un punto de partida entonces con Mónica. José Antonio, le doy la palabra.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Hoy me voy a quitar esto también.
Tiene como un eco, ¿no?
Sí, tremendo, tremendo. A ver, yo primero me haría una pregunta, ¿no? Que es quizás la base también de lo que acabas de comentar. Si con energías renovables fuésemos capaces de suministrar el 100% de la energía, yo creo que este debate no existiría. Existiría el debate de la infraestructura, el debate de la regulación, como bien has dicho, pero yo creo que todos somos conscientes que si desde el punto de vista renovable fuésemos capaces de suministrar lo que requerimos, pues la verdad es que no estaríamos hablando de esto. El tema de la transición, coincido plenamente en que tiene que ser un tema ordenado. Volcarnos a cambiar completamente la matriz energética, pues puede pasar lo que ha pasado en Chile este año, o sin ir más lejos, lo que pasó en España también este año, con el apagón de energía, que evidentemente tuvo que ver mucho la gran cantidad, el porcentaje elevado de renovables que había en ese momento en el sistema, y que no había una base firme que fuese capaz de reaccionar. Pero yo sí me centraría en lo que también se ha
I
anticipado al
would
principio,
concentrate what you said at the beginning.
la
The
infraestructura es
issue
fundamental,
of
sobre todo
infrastructure is
en los
fundamental to
temas de
solve
grandes áreas de oportunidad que
uh,
tenemos en la región.
or to
Si vamos
take
a
advantage of the
considerar
opportunity. If you
todo
go
este
from
tema de
south to
transmisión,
north,
nos habéis
I
empezado
think
Chile,
transmission,
especialmente
starting
los
with
países
Chile, which
creo que es
common in
un
all
tema
countries,
para hablar.
it's something that we need to
Yo
solve.
sé que los
I
operadores de
know
mercado, sean
that
como
market
fueran,
operators, I
están
don't
muy
know if there's
tranquilos
one over here,
porque hay
it's
grandísima inversión
happy because
en la
there's a
electrificación
huge
y
investment in
si la
generation,
transmisión
and
no
if the
funciona de manera
transmission
óptima,
line is
pues
not
incluye
working
el
well,
sector
probably
energético
is
sería
going to
al final
be
cualquier central de crecimiento
substituted
pues también
by
depende un poco de ese
energy,
negocio.
uh, a portable
El tema de las
source of
renovables,
energy, even if it's a little bit
hablar
more
de mayor
expensive.
visibilidad a largo
To
plazo
provide
puede ser
long-term
desde el punto de
visibility, to
vista
guarantee
regulatorio
the
y de que
regulation
la inversión
and investment
privado
done by a private needs to have clear rules from the very beginning so that we are capable of taking that forward. That part of the strategic plans of many countries, I know they have it. It should be to 4 or 5 years forward. But as part of strategic planning, to meet that strategic plan, they need to be capable of having a strategy and planning for the entire energy sector. The infrastructure, on one hand, and even client service. I think I would stop there for time to leave more room for the next debate. Andres, many thanks. Greetings to all of you. Uh, Fast ideas about this. Latin America and Caribbean during the past 10 days, years is not lost when it comes to energy. Just some figures to illustrate what I mean. 10 years ago, renewables were 54%, 25%, 2025, 69. As prospective studies by 2050 will be 78%. So, therefore, is the greenest region in the world, and it's actually we need to take advantage of. Number two, and we always emphasize that there are regions that already live in energy transitions, different ones, in plural, different versions with different technologies, with different rhythms. And I think this is a fundamental idea, energy transition that is not linear. Along the way toward the objective, toward the goal, there could be corrections that were not conceived before. The mere penetration of renewable forms of energy, as we heard shortly, has posed challenges that were not considered, not even known some years ago. The idea to sophisticate electrical systems, they need to have storage and diversified storage, not only chemical electric, not batteries, in other words. There are also challenges and also regulatory requirements that didn't exist some years ago. And in that context, it's not linear, as I said before. We need to be flexible in terms of regulation because that's pretty important for the energy sector, so as to provide the incentives to the investors. And perhaps, and number four, not everything selected transition is does not end in the electric market. There's a fundamental consideration there. Electricity represent about 20% the entire electric demand. Or for electricity, we need to have green electrons, but we need to decarbonize molecules as well. And in consequence, we need to do make a good effort for the other 80%, and that's where the challenge is because those are the sectors that need it most. And we have a big renewable basket of materials, energy, uh, synthetic fuel, etc., and hydrogen. And because it's not linear, it can wait a little bit. And finally, it's important the see the energy transition to have social legitimacy. Um, and if it's sensible to the people, reasonable to the people, and becomes imperative, not only in terms of electric service as such, but I am saying to have a regulatory change or translate that into final have wholesale prices as well. Um, in that sense, I think that what is still pending, there are we need to illustrate more. Okay, thanks very much, Andres. We are putting over the table where the region is starting when it comes to energy transition. What are the opportunities? And that's what you have to say. Well, thank you. I am Sebastian Ruales. Sorry, yes, I was calling you Andres. Sebastian. So, our approach toward the industry is short. We have been doing this for 2.5 years, and that's a technological companies. We are replicating what a huge energy and octopus energy in UK is doing. That did not exist in Latin America. So what you find in Latin America was a lot of narrative and from the very generation, the transmission, distribution, commercialization, but little was said about the final user. And we continue receiving a physical bill that we don't understand, made by an Excel 1983, telling us how much do we consume, how much we need to pay, and based on that, is what the energy consumers is really paying. We are being told to pay something, we need to pay that, but we don't know how the tariff rate is really built to assembly. We don't have, of course, no analytics to modernize the way consumption is happening in the country or even the region. So it's important to have generation, yes. But what if, on the other hand, we put effort in less consumption, or maybe to let the consumer know how much he's consuming, uh, and that he could consume less in comparison to what he's consuming right now. So what we are proposing is a solution from the user end and point of view, changing the analog infrastructure the industry has. 96% of our countries, of our homes and our companies and businesses still have analog infrastructure to measure the consumption of energy, and it tells you how many kilowatts have you consumed, and that's it, period. It's like a wheel that turns, and then at the end of the month it totalizes that, and a company looked at says, what can I do with that information? How can I take that, use that information to take a smart decision, intelligent decision? What we are to propose to do is replace that analog infrastructure with proprietary software, providing company tools over 35 variables per second per device. So companies being served start to understand how much is my machine costing, what are the inefficiencies, and with that they receive other sort of input to reduce the consumption of energy. What we have found is that Colombia, that's our first market. We have over 3,700 companies like Starbucks, Coca-Cola, IKEA, and others that replace the traditional incumbent. They are already with us. They are already understand analytics, using analytics and making decisions for savings up to 19% with respect to what they were consuming before. How can that achieve? It's achieved with technology. It's achieved with smart measuring technology, with algorithms, with machine learning models, and of course with prediction of demand. So what about if that intelligence, using the right technology, can we can take it to the prediction fields, predictions in not only the consumption and use by transportation and energy, and at the end of the day is iteration, and that builds another model, um, um, to have a more sustainable infrastructure for it. Final piece of information, so as not to take more time at this moment. In a country like Colombia, 30% of generation is lost. 30%. Yeah, it's lost in the transmission, along the transmission line. And when it reaches the consumers consume an average up to 19% more than where they are consuming. They should be consuming. So there is a lot of work to be done and a lot of public policy to put in place, motivating companies to think in the final user. Because at the end of the day, when are going to think about if the user pays what without asking questions, and there are room to build new tools. There's something deep that we should start thinking of, and that is to think as from the user end. Thank you, Sebastian. And Javier, do you have something to say? Yeah, good afternoon, all. I coincide partially to what we were saying. Latin America has about 70% of clean energy, and that's a spectacular, excellent starting point. But at the same time, when we talk about and consider the potential, I said, we have a wind power farm in the south of Chile, or maybe we have the best radiation in other parts of the continent. So the potential to grow is gigantic. I think the big challenge here, I need to summarize that in one word, is resilience. And that resilience comes for the most part, transmission line. And just strengthening resilience, we need to work a lot on that, especially when it comes in interconnection, not interconnection in the country, but between countries to provide more reliability to the grid. And technology, good news, the technology already exists in terms of grid stability using FX technology, SPD and synchronic condensers, for instance. For instance, we can regulate and monitor many parameters, but clearly there's a need to modernize the grid so it can adapt the new technologies that come with renewables. That phrase of there's no production without transmission needs to be revisited. And resilience, especially when it comes to reliability and cost. The use of firm power of physical power, power, combined cycles of high efficient combined cycles, and answer for this point, as we mentioned, gas as being a transition fuel, and because we in Latin America has a big opportunity to complete the transition. The work that still need to be done is to work on resilience. And then after that, we are a little behind in hydrogen, in Chile at least, but we have on experimental basis a project produce synthetic fuel based on high green hydrogen. An early stage, of course, but there are concrete examples anyway that more tests are being accomplished or done in this. And in Latin America, we have an enormous opportunity. And I reinforce the concept of planning, how the world is demanding electricity and AI. AI needs more energy so to properly plan the project so that we can implement that as soon as possible. It's key for the generation of electricity. Javier, thanks a lot for your introduction to this first question. Now I would like to go to Andres, the real Andres, uh, Executive Secretary of NALAC. I remember I heard in one summit of CELAC, I think was the last one, um, Latin America and the Caribbean have all the proper conditions, and I think we all agree on that after hearing you, to position itself as a global reference when it comes to energy transition. But we must have a common energy agenda. And when I heard that, I said, okay, I'm going to pose this question. How are we doing? What's the current status? Well, think that's really the challenge at the end of the day. When it comes to collective construction of projects, you solve the technical part as long as there's political will to move forward in that same context. Our region is not only rich, as we heard in the first round, but it has another characteristic that is good. There are countries, if you look at the sub-regions, they are complement each other energy-wise. There are countries that have one resource in excess, and the neighboring country needs precisely of that. Of course, infrastructure regulations need to be put in place, but given the conditions in that sense, it's a good starting point. And even in some countries, uh, energy, electricity. And in that context, there are a couple of elements that we have talked about that are essential. Planning, but not only national planning. The authorities should look at themselves like autocratic. They need to look at the future and include a regional integration in this. It's a political moment that is pretty complex, and the Caribbean is it's true and more common than one can expect. Is from our very moment we were created 51 years ago. Now we are convinced that integration means better, greater competitiveness, more security. I live in a country, Ecuador, where there are a portion of electrons that come from Colombia. We have seen what is going on this last week about that. The idea is to have more renewable forms of energy in a profitable way, and then I think You can have more competitive economic models. You have that. Energy is a central variable uh, in production, but it's part of an entire chain that can serve for you to participate in global markets. Okay, we are going. I don't know if we are doing well, but we are walking forward. Let's go. Yeah, it's important. Starting point. If you have a good example is Panama, and now, yeah, we are in Panama today. That is hosting the summit. We're talking about the integration of many sectors, but there is a role of private sector that's pretty important as a key partner of the state, and Interenergy can tell us a little bit more about this. So the question is, what is the recipe? In many countries, this is already working. The role of the state and private company, but of course, laws and constitutions are there, and sometimes they stop or break, or you know. But what's the recipe? So it can work in Panama. Panama has been an example of that. I don't know if there is a recipe really, a right one, a good one, but it's clear that we have the mechanisms. And as an example, in Panama have had an energy basket, as we said before, hydrothermal. Uh, and working on that energy transition, we are moving away from fossil fuel to introduce gas to replace the fossil fuels. And with Conades, our partner, we have the largest thermal plant, the largest in the region, 170 megawatts. And the message that we were listening before, for me, there should be a more deeper collaboration between countries. A plant like ours, or um, transition as is been happening in Panama, of reliable fuel that help us to incorporate more renewables. That's something that we need to have as top of mind in our country. In the region, where there are times when there are climate events, here in Jamaica, for instance, a good example, Melissa hurricane destroyed a complete solar farm, and then almost the entire country was disconnected. uh, Thermal power generating plants using HPO, but they were the ones that helped the country to leave that difficult situation. And as you know, perhaps there are some announcement of future tenders are coming into stream, and what we hope is that we can continue walking in that same path, integrated and export to countries that are needing right now of energy. Guatemala has a tender for 2030, but from this point to 2030, Panama can be a big, good partner. But we need to solve the transmission issue. We are focused on generation, which of course is for the most part private investment, but investments in transmission, investment in distributions are lagging behind. So, an interesting point in this is to focus on how to solve those issues that are lagging behind. From Panama as an energy hub, we can take energy to other countries and not have that limitation that we are having right now. That would make us more resilient, more diversified baskets, energy baskets, which is something that reliable energy transition requires. So that's what I'm living. That's the current status condition. Jose Antonio, where are the bottlenecks really? We have been talking here of opportunities of resilience, but it's also important to identify to where are the bottlenecks. That is breaking, stop, slowing down the renewables, and let's put over the table a concrete solution and help unlock that situation. Well, I would say that first of all, I will go deeper, address in a question, I suppose. I think that we should pick up the bottleneck has been answered. Back in 2012, I was an IDB. I was living in Panama at that time, and for a project that was the gasification of Central America. It's a wonderful project. And at that time, renewables was just started, but there was a vocation clear and respect to the production of energy. 14 years have gone since then, and we have seen this investment is really solving the problem with a corresponding good, attractive return for investors. Very difficult to have an agreement so they all can plan all together and therefore ease the path for a joint investment effort. The bottleneck, well, clearly renewables from to address that only it's not that difficult. You need to, of course, provide environmental license, etc. That takes some time, but the execution time and commissioning is somewhat easy, simple, and Latin America and Caribbean are privileged in respect to the resource for resources, both wind and solar. There is a huge challenge, and that is to solve the regulations, to adjust the regulations, right? You ask me, the agenda that we have in each country, well, it's an agenda of continuous discussion because, of course, everything evolves and changes, and it's very hard to anticipate something that happens or address the points being discussed. Mm, for the good of the country, but for the good of
inversiones que no son plurianuales, que son plurigubernamentales, que tienen más de, digamos, la duración de un gobierno en el país que sea, y que tienen que
regulations and investments. Investments sometimes are huge, and planning that oftentimes is seen from a distance. Um, Propose something that is reasonable. Well, at the end, when it comes to the implementation, it costs a lot. But private investment is another topic. We are all wishing to uh, have projects in Latin America, and the Caribbean. But the implementation and by private investors and the level of uh, participation in Latin America is guaranteed to be successful. Of course, the necessary guarantees still need to be put over the table. When you are going to produce an investment, the one you're going to discuss is with the regulator, not the funder, really, because the regulator wants you to fulfill some commitments, the legal guarantee, that is to say. Thank you, Antonio. Now, Sebastian, again, that you left Juan Antonio a little bit concerned when you said that of the 30%. And to go deeper in that, it caught my attention what you said about the issue of apply, use the energy and not to lose it. Energy transition is not only to generate more clean energy, but to better use the energy that we already have. What role does the management of demand plays in this topic of energy transition, going through AI, etc.? Thank you for your questions. And yes, um, it's the thesis of what we are building right now. An entire industry talking about the transitions, cement, wires, and all that, which of course is absolutely important. But very little has been said about the final user and the tools for final user. Very little has been said about the analytics and facilities so that the user can have the right tools to control its energy consumption. And that is to some extent difficult if we have the capacity to generate because we are fortunate enough to have been born and live in this part of the world with all those possibilities. And when it comes to the generation of energy, we can be short when demand is will come. Yeah, it's really facing scarcity in the near future. And it's impossible for you to say, how on earth I'm going to see and play with this, and only my conversation turns around. Let's build more, produce more energy, more. Okay, but what happens that there is nothing being said about the final user? For companies that service final users, hey, come here. I want to fund this project of modernized measurements so that consumption can be reduced by 20%. It's it will be the most wonderful and biggest project in Latin America, of course, that can be implemented. But there are not many incentives. We haven't seen any type of support from or regulation or government to focus on the final user. Support investors that are in UBank and Development Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, investment funds are the ones, and they are making sure that what we are doing makes sense economically speaking and can be built in a country like Colombia so that it can produce that impact and then it can scale up to the rest of the countries. We are seeing potential expansions because the users are asking for this expansion. I think Andres was saying, and, and little savings in energy, well, yeah, it's good. Yeah. So Latin America can become a country or a region that can compete in the world, but they're not giving the tools to the final users so that they can save not a little bit, but really save energy. And until that doesn't change, and with technology, well, it will be pretty difficult. And technology will not only allow us to use all your hardware, which is really crazy, but to create an entire new generation of data science, do non-intrusive monitoring, machine learning associated to persons that are thinking a smart meter mechanism, firmware for smart metering. Why not? We do that in Latin America with all that magic we have in generation. Take advantage of that and turn it into, let's say, a reality using this young generation, which is pretty smart, and give the companies and users the tool. Uh, Something that is unique to this region, this part of the world. Regrettably, regrettably, as many as in many cases, disruptors of an industry needs not required not so many permits and licenses, but start doing things. And that's what we do every time we acquire a user. These are your tools. Start consuming less, and produce the data so we can do the analytics. And with analytics, we can forecast or predict demand and build predictive, prescriptive, and automated models. You cannot imagine the inefficiencies that we have in our grids, and we have mechanisms of the 21st century. A lot of AI, by the way, a lot of machine learning, a lot of potential to use the data, but in infrastructure of the last century that doesn't have the capacity to understand or allow to extract the data to understand them and produce efficiencies. That's an important change, and there is a evolution. And to finish my participation here, what is instead of thinking only in generations to let's say have 20% more, why not think and do a little, a tenth percent of that effort and educating the users so they can consume 20% less. And if we work on both sides on parallel, there will be huge savings.
Más, me pareció que José Antonio tenía algo para decir.
else, I think that Jose Antonio has something to say. Please feel free. No, no. What happens is all my past in electrical distribution. What I can say something that I can say something of what Sebastian is saying. I think that the change in the gauges, it's not something of the distributor. It's something of the country's policies. For example, in Europe, all the we all have smart gauges. They're all controlled remotely, a distributor is not going to invest in changing 2 million counters because this is something that he needs to be compensated. And therefore, I understand what you want to say. We need to educate the customer, and this is it's want to say that we require control about what do they need. Sometimes they sell this, and this is something that you need them to give them the tools to do it. And something like comments like the one you're saying, and I think that Olave could be someone that can promote this. It's more associated to policies that have to be defined by the countries, and therefore, with an investment of this kind that makes sense, it has to be encouraged by government entities. I've done projects of that kind. I've done pilot programs, but a distributor, and maybe there's one that does it and that wants to look for profitability. A distributor is not going to change to millions. 2 millions can be in Panama. I guess in Colombia, it's in Electrocaribe, what's 2.5 million customers, 10 million. Now, I mean, now they're going to be probably more meters, and that probably represents a very relevant investment decision that it's been accompanied by other things, a very clear regulation. I totally agree. Okay, debate is welcome, maybe because of digitalization, and now we go to Sebastian in the type of technology. We only have 10 minutes to go. Javier, in specific terms, Sebastian has already said it, but in other examples, how can digitalization and AI improve the planning, improve the dispatch, the reduction of loss, which is what we're talking about this, and what examples do we have that are working? That's going to be the key for the update of the network. Today, we have a software and technology for the generation of digital twins to be able to simulate the how a system operates, and I think that's what steps to follow to be able to move forward with that resilience that we were talking about. I think that today we are a step ahead about what the grids or US grids or European grids, and it's what it's going to help us to generate that resilience. And the software, it's there. All the technologies are there, as Sebastian will said, but we need to move forward in the hardware that can help with the digital technologies and also the planning of networks, the networking planning, etc., to be able to develop and take those solutions, and that's going to make a high efficiency of the system, which is what we was you're seeking. Oh, I have 7 minutes. Maybe I'm not. I would like to close. I know that. I know. We are out of time, but we have Monica, maybe you would like to debate or rebate some of the things that we can say and make a closure. I would like to talk about, I was going to talk about what Javier said, and talking about an example that what we have lived in a distributor where we've done investments in the investors of all the bidirectional counters, and that they can be curiously enough, we are no longer generating loss, and we have had to have a lack of payments. And aligned, not only is this a topic of efficiency towards the end user, but also a good functioning. We were talking about decarbonizing, and to doing this project that talks about the inclusion of digitalization in our networks, of the inclusion of thermica gas, to do that their coordinations to add more renewables, and accompanied by batteries as well, because our grid is isolated. And we supply a very sensitive touristic sector. That's why we have to go beyond that, and that's why one of the big challenges that we're going to do and to include, mm, and and that are installed, I think that it's just to manage them. Because one think that we're going to have four parks and with four, but the system, the operators had to be able to accompany, and in this sense, it's much more complex. There are much more elements in the network. There is and you need to react in a faster way, but also you need to see this as a whole. This is like a number of tools and programs that maybe companies sells you energy management systems that make this to make this happen in a faster way. It's essential. I think that energy transition, and I'm going to leave this side so that people think about it. I think that our communications can have affected the electric sector. And nowadays, having no Wi-Fi, it's something that and also that as soon as you don't pay, they cut it off and they inject. And I think that there is something from other sectors that we need to be considered, that we need to update those grids that are going to bring more work because they have to be professional to be able to manage this complex grids. It's more complex than when we did before. We have all these investments that we've talked about that we have forgotten about this is like the highways. The highways are that but are not designed to use efficiently, and also that grid management needs to accompany us in energy transition. And for us, it's gas like Interenergy that is helping us to adapt, that flexibility to add, that reliability to be able to bring a new industry that come to this to do the data centers. And we cannot have oscillations, and we need to work it out. Thank you. Monica has left 1 minute for each of you. Okay, for to close, I would like to tell you very briefly that Cox, we are a company that are very we and also I know there is a challenge with water and that we are present in the whole of Latam. Integrated means that since the development and also the growth and the we can see the operation and also asset management and to get to the end customer, and all the commercial part. We can say that we are present in many countries in Latam, in each country it's a challenge and it's an opportunity. We see it as a huge opportunity. And I think that all of us that are here sitting on this table, what we want to see is how to be able to do business and how to get to the end customer and to produce solutions for a business that it's aligned to what the authorities want, to be aligned, to go according to the energy plan that the country has, allows us to have a good opportunity to develop our business and opportunity, I'm sure. And of course, the rest things comes with time. The bottlenecks are going to be worked out in time. Okay, Jose Antonio Andres. Okay. And the four headlines. And the first one, we talk about the integration. When we talk about the integration and looking at the glass half full, we can see that our region has more energy integration than trade. And I did and that's why when we talk about on a daily energy exchange in South America because of the and also, for example, in Vaca Muerta, we have new integration elements that are going to change the map when we talk about exchange. Second heading, it's that funding. Funding, it's crucial. And somebody said it. And if we wanted to be neutral, carbon neutral in 2050 as a region, we need a permanent investment of $60 billion in renewable energy. And last year we've spent less than 40, and I leave it there. It's that we can say that this is a main data. Number three, it's demand. It's very important. And nowadays, it's how we use how do we change the profile consumptions when they're renewables, etc. And I think that this is that when look at the perspectives of successful countries are the ones that are able to it's when there it's and therefore it's where we can see that they have developed. Okay, thank you so much. 1 minute. And I have three final questions, and it's the following one. It's number one, the first take-home message. It's that all the industries that have been transformed and have been transformed for the end user. And whenever we want to see in what point are we gonna who is going to pay for the investment, they want to see who thought about the end user and did the disruption. The second point, there is no possibility that you and your companies in the coming 3 years are still tolerating a bill that doesn't say anything and that you have no type of tools. The new standards for energy and gas services in our countries, it's very similar to what the energy management system offers and what we have today, which is to do nothing for the end user. And the third point, and I think the more definite one, especially in this crazy time when we're talking about AI, it's that we see in the last 20 years, we've seen technology developments, and we have seen the fortune to be able to ignore technology advancements. In the last 6 months, we've been able to see that we cannot afford to let go by technological developments. All the energy companies that are ignoring technological developments because of the user and are thinking about who regulates and not regulates to do something, they're going to be out of the game. And this is today and tomorrow, and that's it. And these are like my comments. Okay, and I'm going to finish off with Javier. I think Latin America, it has a lot of capabilities, especially in renewables, and that's why we need to move forward in the updating of all the network, of all the grid. And as we can say, this has a lot of transition in gas as a transition fuel. The important thing is that technology, and the biggest challenge is that we are competing with regards to the grid and AI, and that's why that's being implemented somewhere else. That's why the planning and the sense of urgency in the implementation are critical to be able to take advantage of those capabilities. Okay, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to be able to learn from you. And big round of applause.
que ella no siente, porque no sé cómo, por eso que nos diga cómo le sale más cómodo a ella.
Thank you so much. We are about to initiate the second panel called Philanthropy for Development, and we are going to welcome our moderator, Telma Ortiz, who is the Senior Advisor in Resource Mobility Management. And she's going to be talking with Isabela Luquis, who is the Vice President of Luxi Foundation. Mireya Cisnero, who is the co-founder of Venezuela Sin Límites y Ruidos en Red. Liana La Torres, who is the Vice President for Latin America and the Caribbean of Rockefeller Foundation. Carlos Añaños, who is the founder of Aje Group y Tijapuy, and the current president of Patronato Piqui Machay. And we're also going to have Carlos Vives, who is a Colombian singer. Welcome all. Well, Carl, thank you so much for having chosen us and for having us being here, having so many good options that I'm sure that we have done a program so it's hard to make a choice to go to each panel. And thank you so much. And as announced, we are going to talk about philanthropy. This is a concept that has been with us and that has been considered as a love for human beings and philos and anthropos for humankind. And we've started from short-term assist aid to 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 religious organizations, charity, and now we wanted to donate strategic creating institutions to creating a much long-standing agreement connected to human rights, public health, massive educations, and this is done through business foundations, international cooperation, or multilateralism. And now we're going to talk about strategic philanthropy. And that's based on data and evidence as the measurement of impact, social investments, public partnerships, corporate philanthropy, and where it's not just giving but to transform. And for transforming, it's that what I'm going to talk about with my panelists that are here with us. They've been introduced, and but they don't need they don't require a presentation. We have Carlos Vives, who is the cultural ambassador of Colombia, and he has and we have Isabela Luxic, who is the VP of Luxic Fundación, Mireya Cisneros, the co-founder of Unidos y Red y Venezuela Sin Límites, Liana Latorre, who is the VP for Latam and the Caribbean of Rockefeller Foundation, and also Carlos Añaños, who is the president of Pichimachay. Patronato Pichimachay, welcome for having accepted our invitation. Okay, CAF represents the development of philanthropy towards a structural social development model where the goal is not just to help, but also to transform. And this is what we do. And we don't just, we wanted to change the conditions that, and this is the first question. The first question, please be very brief. Can you please explain what realities do you expect to change with your foundations? We want to start with Carlos. Okay, we need to change so many realities. and in the territory where we work, that it's connected with love. I love I work in a city that I know, and then we need a lot of transformation, and not to lose our identity, not to lose, we need to work for identity. We need to work for creating a sense of belonging in our territory, that because of what's gone through, it has been disconnected from its identity and all the value that it has. It's like to returning that freedom to collaborate, to be able to return that freedom, that it's to be what one does, to be what one does, and to find those antibodies as a society. And we also work for the community and all what we do, and we work with them. And yes, there are so many realities that we want to change, that are the realities of our territory, and of that story of a society that has impoverished, not only financially but also culturally, and in its identity, in trying to assess its true identity. Do you want to recover pride? Okay. Yes, yes, because you don't love what you don't know. And therefore, and one of the issues that we have, it's that you don't know you can't love what you don't know. What do you expect to change? We in Fundación Luxic, and that's why and therefore we've been working in Chile and for the country's development, and what we want is to be able to offer and to give them opportunities in all in on and throughout our lifespan, and we want to accompany families and youngsters and the professors, and also youngsters entrepreneurs, and in different stages. And it shows us because that we think that we all have capacity to accomplish what we want, and what we lack are opportunities, and we want to find them through education. We want to work within the formal structures in schools, but also with the social emotional development, and that we work where we want, and everybody gets trained, and this is important for what we do. And also not only family and education, what we also work, it's the environmental issues through a park, and to do, because we wanted to take care of what we know. And that's why Chile works a lot. It has a huge value in biodiversity. We want to take care of Chile and all the people that live there. Okay, then, Mireya, what's the reality that you want? Okay, from Venezuela Sin Límites, that they are organizations that they strengthen partnerships for development. One, it's one is in America, and our mission is to work on institutional strengthening. What I wanted to accomplish is that all organizations, both companies, people, and also social developments, that it's part of the can have access to resources, and also the training that is required by all teams, so that they can do the work that with so love and effort they do. And therefore, we are the back office of many foundations. Because why do I say this? Because at least you have a very specific purpose, which is to be updated with technology. How do we move to technology? What are the tools? What's the communication? How do we do an effective communication in all the areas, when a foundation doesn't have to be looking for resources, doesn't have to be inventing what to do, and that they dedicate to what they do, take care of children, of communities, to take care of elders, whatever it's their specialty. And therefore, the dream is that we can have enough resources, and that we can funnel them, and that we can have a technical, and we can have so many volunteers, and that we can, through partnerships, to be able to accomplish this. Thank you, Mireya. Liana. what would you like it to transform since from the Rockefeller Foundation? Okay, Telma, thank you so much from the Rockefeller 113 years ago. We've been doing global philanthropy, and 2 years ago we go back to the region. I think that there is a message of a lot of to be able to keep on, and we have empowered by three things, and I think that it's very important to focus on so that there is more wellness in the communities. All those three efforts are in access to energy, that we see it as an enabler that transforms a community and that allows that many other things that the one Isabella talked about, as education, as access to connectivity, as access to more opportunities. And we could go to a second line that is focused on health and that are associated to all the climate effects that we are seeing, and that the human being was not ready for that. And number three, and the more sample ones, are the food systems. Here we go to something more specific, that it's our big effort. And that is how can we are able to reach more children with school food. We have something to be able to get to 100 to 100 million children more. We launched the World Accelerator for schooling, and but that encourages, and we can see how in this bet in this big bet we can see an enabler, but and it's that we don't want to be able to solve, is what we wanted to be able to solve an issue that generates a systemic change in the society. We are aligned there.
Agradezco mucho, es un honor para mí estar aquí con este panel.
It's an honor for me to be here with this wonderful panel. But for me, just one sentence to put a value. What this means, this to put a value. It is a profound statement, but to understand exactly what is to give a value, first I will need to tell you who I am. And I see, I was born in a little town of Ayacucho. And Ayacucho, it's a place that I've known by few because the first man of the entire Americas, from Canada to the Patagonia, lived in the caverns and caves of Kilimanjaro about 10,000, 15,000 years ago, and the times, place, the scene. Then we went into Holocene and the different cultures, the first empire, the Wadi Empire, this put the basis for the Inca Empire that dignifies us. Now, to put a value to that region that lived the era of terrorism, we had 70,000 deaths, of which 200,000 were from Ayacucho. We live an inflation of 7,000%. And now, how are we going to put a value to this? Now, we designed four pillars to get closer to the handicrafts of the seven traditional arts. About 14 and 15 are from Ayacucho. We work in another pillar about a smart city. Another topic, we are looking at Ayacucho to be recognized as a World Heritage by UNESCO. We managed to see included in the Creative Cities Network, and we launched the Ayacucho brand in over 80 countries with wonderful results. Now, for me, that is to put a value, an holistic view, allow it to recover those lost years, notwithstanding Ayacucho has a wonderful history. Well, we have several areas, as we can see, you know, how to put value to education, how to put, let's say, unite efforts around nutrition and education. But you, as a development bank, different instruments to funding, but our intention is aligned to the central ideas of modern philanthropy, equality, inclusion, collective well-being, more efficient and sustainable system, and inclusion, um, including the reduction in inequalities. We focus in financial resources to achieve this through strategic partnerships to strengthen capabilities, public policies and essential systems for the countries across the region. And now we have a question that is going to be a little tricky because I'm going to dispose it so you can think about it at the very end of the session. And questions posed to you need to be pretty short. The question is, what would you ask? And what would you offer to CAF and in general to development banks to complement and expand or amplify your job? I will to leave that for the end of the panel for a final round of questions. Now, specific considerations about the job that you carry out in your own institution. Isabella, what strategies, what decisions, rather, strategic decision has been the most difficult since you assumed the vice president's office? Well, more than I have just changed role with the management area. I've been there for 3 years, but now I'm changing. But perhaps to share a little bit about the decisions making process. We as a foundation, in the past, we were a donor foundation. Um, Grant makers that provide loans to funds to third parties, and in the past 5 years, with the transitions to donated to implementation, and that changed our way of doing things under a different logic. First of all, to prioritize the definition of the problems that we want to address. So we need to look closely at the evaluation and assessment and start to think from the origin of the problem you want to solve. Who is going to do it and how is going to solve that? Oftentimes, the design is robust and good, but there's a big gap in between the design and the implementation. Our focus in later times has been in the good implementation. Now, for social changes, it's not enough to have a good design. Changes are generated from the implementation. If you do things well and execute them as you should, you have more chances of providing a difference. At the end of the day, and part of our bet, so to speak, of the foundation is to make that transition because we want to give a signal how important it is to invest in implementation and how expensive it is. Sometimes we look how hard it is to do things, but the truth is that you need to be in immersed in it and the business or in the house or the family and reach that very last mile is pretty difficult because it requires of a lot of coordination and understanding of the user. So what we have been trying to do is to coach the persons that once we are helping to implement, and in that sense we have integrated the design of services in our normal doing. We are a foundation that provides a social service that complements the state, and in that complementation at the end, what we want to have is standards to assure quality. Our focus has been in measure to take evidence based on data and to have a very robust implementation. And in doing that follow up to implementation, we can assess, measure, and say, okay, did we move what we wanted to move? Okay, if not, we need to go back and find out where we made a mistake. So our decision has been to fall in love with the problem, not the solution. I think that's pretty important when we are trying to solve social problem. You need to fall in love with the problem because the solution, there are many that perhaps you don't know if it's going to work or not, but to social changes, you need to work from the other end. Education and these changes are not that effective because there are mechanical, historical ones that it takes tens or decades of years to see a result. So today we are running or taking a risk. We are being led by innovation and technologies, but I think that there is a challenge in the sense that innovation to do things right and therefore to implement correctly. Uh, mm, of course, being rigorous and taking care of our final use in this. This is a social service by lifting the standards for all sectors. It's not only, as Thelma said in the beginning, what we are looking here is changes and transformation. And transformations so oftentimes require investment, social investment. and that very less dollar generates the difference you wanted to generate. So you need to look for rigorosity along the process, and maybe later on I can complement more my point of view what social investment is really like. What Isabella was saying, I would like for you to explain us how to design effective incentives to have a philanthropy, multilateral and public, measure the impact this philanthropy produces. I think that to incentivize, we need to align the incentives. I will start doing that. I think that's the best way that all interests and incentives of different stakeholders converge. From Rockefeller Foundation, we characterize ourselves because of that, to bring over the table those players and stakeholders that have not worked together under a collaboration scheme. And that's what we can amplify uh, as a result of our arrival into the region. When we arrived a year ago, and after 80 years of history of the foundation and this region as a whole, the first thing we did was to listen, reach humbly enough to listen what was going on. And from there, 5 points arose for those incentives in a report that we supported. I mean, the production very much aligned with what Isabella was saying. There's something important here is that is how to collaborate better. Collaborate is not to cooperate. It's not to coordinate. There are three different things. Now, our invitation is to collaborate better. And number two, how to attract more capital and more funds to the region in difficult times. Um, those that have made making this for many years, we can use them to bring in knowledge, as well as local agents that can teach other players on how to produce that innovation, how to make better use of the resources, because the region has resources, but oftentimes the efforts and resources are diluted. So we need to put over the table synergies and involve different players. Number four, to potentialize the ecosystem. Latin America and the Caribbean in general have an excellent human talent. We know firsthand the needs because we live them every day, and that give us a kind of added value. That's the role that we also want to play, how to strengthen the ecosystem. Once more, we can bring in 113 years of history on doing philanthropy, but learning on how problems need to be addressed here in this region. That's something that should be more attractive for us, of course, through different roles, um, as executor, as a donor, whatever. And finally, language. I think is quite important. Perhaps as a result of my prior experience, we need to all speak the same language. We have from the third sector of philanthropy to connect equally in equal terms with the private sector. We need to speak the same language of the banks because you are actually selling the initiative. What we said before, stop talking about charity, stop talking about benefactors. We need to speak about partners, and we are not giving charity. We are providing support. So, in those five variables, the result of the exercise that we made last year, we find the best way to incentivize. But what is most important is to align the incentives. Thank you, Yana. Yes, effectively, in those 5 points, we can distract that strength comes from union, to understand that if we work online, we can produce greater impact. And that's why I want to ask Mireya. Um, they start from a premise. Now one can do what he wants to do alone. What makes a network work well? To philanthropy, to duplicate efforts instead of adding forces. That's what Milena was saying in the first place. Yes, that's right. But the first thing, the first condition that we have in Union and Red network that is to not to tell someone to you need to do this. That's respect. Sensibilization means that the person wants to stay. I've spent many years chasing uh, lights and cameras and exposure. Um, uh, pe- uh, for people that want to be sensibilized. And one day I asked myself, why? I'm going to look for the people that are already doing this so I can unite myself or be part of those big transformation makers. I'm not saying that these last years were lost. No, that's not the case. Many of the persons that I was addressing 30 years ago, they are now more sensitive or can even be partners, so they look for us. So the main premise for us is that the person wants to do under certain terms of respect. And what we do exactly? So to be part of the network, we need to know your organization, a non-profit organization or even organization that is a business, a company, or is part of a company. And once we get to know each other, then we start working on the relationship. What does the businessman want? What the organization needs? Oftentimes, when we speak of communication, which is so complex, so that language is needs the right one, we act as a bridge. I have a friend over here from in Bolivia. I don't know where he is right now, but at a certain point in time, he just asked me, "Come to Mexico to get to know the Carlos Slim Foundation because I want to start a program." Right now, I cannot go because my children are pretty small. Um, he has done a wonderful program here in Bolivia. So it doesn't matter how big is the artist or the businessman. What is important is to have a good mechanism to relate with others. Same with the organization. We in Unión en Red and in Venezuela, for instance, uh, they know we like to link ends. In other words, to uh, interact with those that want to help. And if a businessman or a company, I want to work for, find someone who wants to work, likes to work with children. And the main action at that point in time, if a team that is in Latin America or Europe, is to talk, to converse, to express the needs. And we have these entrepreneurs or businessmen. How do we connect them? Oftentimes it's easy, it's just a phone call. I'm part of Isolator in the Fundación Área Latina. That's why I have shared many circumstances in scenario with Carlos. Not singing now, I'm not, but there's places where Carlos has been a participant in providing scholarships, for instance, to the young boys. So you don't need to wear out and find people to raise awareness. You can increase the power you have right now if you act with the right persons, even if there are not many. And those persons, you gain them with love and respect, or if it's an artist or a businessman or a company. I think that's uh, fun, the secret. Who needs it is, no, I mean, it's a fundamental work that needs to be developed. Who needs it? Need that help and support. One question for Carlos, because when poverty, anemia, or illiteracy persists, philanthropy should continue to be a kind of assistance, or maybe assume the risk of inventing productive models like you have done that can assure sustainable revenue income for the person. I think that's a wonderful question. I believe more in giving the person the fishing cane so he can fish, capture the fish he needs to eat. In 8 years, we have the following results. In 2016, Ayacucho received 56,000 tourists. In 2024, we exceeded 500,000 visitors. We went from 3 flights per week to 7 daily flights, activated all productive models, turning us into the first producer of potato in Peru, first cheese producer in Peru, among others. So I believe more in development, and not only to motivate the persons, of course, is valuable, but not because businessmen, entrepreneurs, and oftentimes the foundation that are not subject to receive commands. We need to work rather than persuasion. And it was like that in 2020, the year of the COVID, we said, and because we cannot travel, how can we help Ayacucho? And we start to understand in the middle of COVID that the people were dying every day. And we value three fundamental things. One, health. Number two, freedom, because we were locked in our homes at the beginning. And number three, so apply a concept. Not only are we going to work on the economic role, but we're also going to deal with the emotional role. And it is like that in the middle of COVID. We stand up and said, the father of the medicine, Hippocrates, over 2,000 years ago, says, your food will be your medicine. And we discovered up in the mountains of Los Andes in Peru, those potatoes that are 8 and 12,000 years old, and a contribution to humanity, but they were not sold because price was too low. It was not profitable, so the farmer was not planted this type of potato, and it could not be industrialized and sell. So what we did, we invented a new business model that works on a win-win to the square. Not only you win, I earn, consumers also, because they're going to consume a potato without hormones, antibiotics, pesticides, and preservatives. So we pay the farmer 6 times the value of the potato, and the benefit that we have received 4,000 farmers developing the Andes. And that what is important only because normally they migrate to the cities, and for the first time in history, today we are being told, and they say thank you for that, not only for helping us to put a value to the Alto Andino, but it make my son to return to the countryside from the city, and in this way we are leaving malnutrition, leaving anemia. We are not suffering from that anymore. So efforts that start in philanthropy but really develop productive models that are pretty interesting. So maybe to ask Carlos, uh, I mean, anything that involves music could be a novelty, but the work that Carlos has done, like Foundation Traza Perla in his uh, city, in Santa Marta, that is doesn't come to help from outside, but activates the pride, it uses the public space and local responsibility. That city is Santa Marta. So, what learning is that experience living, especially in respect to philanthropy? So, that is not anymore an assistance, but rather it's become a platform for citizenship and innovation. I think you have answered everything with a question. Yes, definitely. Philanthropy, as we understood, we are now 10 years old with the Foundation Santa Marta, by the way, and we are called Tras la Pela, after the pearl, because in 1700 Paddington wrote a book called Santa Marta, the Pearl of America, and it was already a criticism why Spain has forgotten this province of Santa Marta. That inspires. But we got there hand in hand with Mackenzie, with the support of IDB. We are working with CAF as well. Yeah, we have learned, Telma, that they are not poor, really. What we need to is to give the people the right value. And they have the power of real transformation, of that freedom that I was speaking to you before, to empower themselves. So we have done an excellent job with the community. Music, or my music, end up being the music of a place where I was born, and my father, as a doctor, taught me to love and working with the most needy communities where the cumbia was born, where vallenato was born, in the Palafate villages in Pescadito neighborhood, in which is the cradle of Carnaval. They come from Canarias Island, really, but we are the lands, the forgotten lands, because it's like the land of never again. I know, Peter Pan. So we work with communities in that empowerment of the natural leaderships that the neighborhood have, that the Ciénaga Grande have, the Delta of Magdalena River has. We have done incredible things. And you always think and feel that the magnitude of the problem is such that oftentimes you feel powerless for accomplish certain stuff. But we start to touch lives individually, and that motivates us a lot. And how, from the infrastructure point of view, we can dignify the lives of the people so that they can really use the opportunities that life has not given them until then, and change, affect that cycle of poverty, to break down that cycle of poverty. And to achieve that, we need to empower the people. We all arrive and we have certain expertise, and to arrive to this world have expertise, and then they can put that service of the people. So we work with the community in that, and we have managed to involve partners to the neighborhood in La Sierra or marshland, partners to get solve the problems. And we have been able to bring to the city in the past 10 years, to bring to the city important persons that have arrived to tell us and to solve problems similar to the problems that we have in regions and cities, and share the solution with the people. Polarization and political scenario is really a hard obstacle as for initiative like ours. How can we contribute as citizens with our job to be part of the solution of the problems our community is facing? So we do that with a lot of joy to confront the challenges. Along the way, we'll learn a lot, and this mere encounter will give us more light. Yes, we all have a talent, you said, and that's something caught my attention. Yours are many, and what you have been able to achieve in the world of music is evidence of that. Do you think that music, for instance, is a cultural identity and can be a true vehicle for Latin American integration, even in those places where policy and politics and no, economy are not being regional, but we aspire to produce regional integration. So I repeat, do you believe music and culture could be the integration vehicle that our economy and politics have not been able to achieve? Yes, we a territory that lost a cultural balance. So we need to recover the stories, and that will help us to grow again. Normally, we hear stories against our entities, against ourselves, but you get to understand the history and go back in time. Many things happened 300, 400, and 500 years ago. And many stories come from those. But nowadays, they don't exist, or if there are stories that don't allow us to grow. So identity is a wonderful weapon that can help us develop our work, local development with identity. We strengthen the identity because it is the possibilities to create light there. I thank my father for having taken the vallenato, the juglares, to my home, and I have been getting my children like I never imagined. I had given them opportunities in my small companies. And I never thought that by thinking vallenatos, I didn't, as I was a kid, I was able to achieve what I have achieved. So that's a perfect example, and that's why we work. Or that's how we are. And Pibe, Valderrama, Falcao, and big football players were born in Pescaito, a neighborhood that doesn't have a gym, for instance. It doesn't have a decent pitch to court to play sports. And the culture of carnival. The carnivals have been disappearing. In that neighborhood, we work on that because micro traffic of drug is affecting 40% of the uh, inmates in Santa Marta prison come from this neighborhood. So the fight is to save those kids, boys and girls, and take them away from drug traffic. And it happens the same in Ciénaga and other places. So we work with a lot of love. And the family is involved in this because these are family foundations. But it's the network what is going to help us. Those partners that have arrived to us, and now the topic with CAF is quite impressive. We have been speaking about what the Cumbia born are palified amphibious villages. Even before Spanish arrived, they had the rhythms like areitos, which were part of the ceremonies. The Spain arrived, the Africa arrived, and then the mestizos were created. And what I think is the result of that, the mestizo music, and people lived over the water, amphibious. And Venezuela is called like that because of that. We were also or had the same type of villages and work with communities and work with treatment of water for these people is something it's wonderful. Uh, Wonderful place nature, but terrible problems. And for the consumption, drinking portable drinking water, that's been special. And the CAF has been supporting us in this. We are achieving things that I never imagined only a few years ago. Never imagined. So we are going to exceed a little bit of time because, as I promised, I'm going to leave for the end a quick round for that question I posed to you earlier on. There's kind of something that we are interested in, and surely to many in the audience. Private philanthropy in the region represent 0.2% of GDP. Uh, well below other regions of the world. And the question I posed in the beginning, what would you ask? And what would you offer to CAF and in general to other development banks to complement and amplify your job? Because everything you have said is really the need of partnership to unite, to gather strength. Uh, a little time for each one of you. What do you need for that?
The third semester grew to 9.4% versus the whole of Peru at 2%. Nowadays, the entrepreneurs from Ayacucho are expecting CAF to invest. And very briefly, and okay, if you could please tell us how would you encourage other entrepreneurs in the region to give the first step towards strategic philanthropy would be great, but let's leave Iliana by the side and let's Iliana. And okay, I think that the most important thing that we offer it's to learn. It's that we have the same motivation, and we have the same. It's the first thing. It's to offer a concept of philanthropy that it's not a new model. It's been going on for a century, and how to adopt it to the current model for the years and for the experience that has been done, and to offer flexibility. This is something that was mentioned this morning by the president of CAF and also the CEO, and how do we adjust it? And because we have that capacity, and I think that it's one of the things is how do we accommodate to the needs that arise, and what can so we want to learn from local knowledge, and we go back to the region, and I think this is very powerful, and I personally believe that it's a huge opportunity and also a huge commitment and responsibility, but there is a local knowledge that the bank has said that they have a big team in different territories, and that this is allow us to do what would you say? And I think, and as you can say, and okay, with that commitment and responsibility, we can bring more stakeholders to the table. I think that we have two institutions that generate a trust. And if you can say that only 0.2% of the resources are in philanthropy compared to 1.5 and 1.7 in the US, we are below. But I think that only 37% of the people in our region believe in our organizations. That's why there is a topic when in trust, and then when we collaborate and we with a lot of trust, I think that it's more powerful. And we would like to offer the experience that we have both in the private and corporate sector, as well in the social sector. And especially in my case, I have been an advisor in communications and in the corporate social responsibility of family. And the most important thing is that we have gone from philanthropy to social investments to impact measurements, and right now we're working with the SDGs, and that's why that evolution, and that's why that's the success that we currently have in the foundation, because we have the language of the two worlds. We like going to the populations and to get to know people, and we also like to be in the spaces where the businessmen are, and we can speak that language with a lot of ease. And I think that we create a model, and we create a model, and that we want to take to CAF, that and we are going to say that theoretically it can be a grant or donation system so that everybody does it, and this is very common, but the truth is that in Venezuela we're the only ones that have done it, and it's a program that lasts 90 days, and where they take the organizations, and our interest is health, education, and culture, and also with communications, and what more than. And in this project, it's that we are going to call, but not only we call in to receive projects and we assess them, and then we grant the funds. It's that we make a calling, and then we give them a workshop to the organizations for it, because the period of the organization it's been long. We gave them a workshop to be able how to measure impact, and that's why you offer all the methodology. And what do you request? We request financial resources for to be able to strengthen the member organizations of our network, and also technical accompaniment, because we know how to do many things and we have done it and we do them well. But CAF has more ample experience in the public sector, and I think that that's a win-win. Isabella. And I think, and therefore, and therefore, and and I think that to understand it, and also, and I believe that, and and I'm going to try. I think that the responsibility is in generating these innovations, and investing all those things that we shouldn't do. It's that the state and other they need to scale the things that work, and I think that the responsibility of the private sector, it's to offer that risk capital to try new things as was possible, and I think that innovation it's the less thing, but of course. And and also that in CAF, it's to look to fund, it's to for the implementation, that it's quality implementation, into see the scalability that work, because the initiatives are not designed thinking about scale, and one needs to scale something the costs are not considered, and we need to reduce costs to be able to take them to a country. And I think that it's a very important role of the organization so that they can help, that this goes in hand with the states, with the swivel role that it has. And therefore, we want to say that it's that we have standards. We want to CAF or other multilateral have the capacity to be able to establish standards regarding what we understand as quality, and that's why we have a huge gap between these organizations and what happens in reality, what happens in the ground. And I think that we have organizations like this ones, and as a matter of fact, we act as middlemen. And I think that this is very important to understand that the roles we, as I say, we get to the schools and whatever in this info, and there's some. And it is a huge gap, and that's why we need to understand the roles and to be able to use this logic that is called evidence intermediaries. But they translate into resources, and therefore that it means to a very complex. This is something very complex, and I think that there's something very important that as CAF, that this means to coordinate and to understand everything. And to be fair with Carlos, and I'm gonna as and also and therefore this lack of funding, and therefore how would you recommend other businessmen to give move forward to strategic philanthropy and also to productive models that generate sustainable income? Oh, very briefly, because we have the red card. And I had the possibility of opening up a factory in Bhutan, and they don't measure the GDP as an indicator, but they measured that net internal happiness. And the question is to encourage all the business people to start with philanthropy. Let's reflect. But what do we want to be? Out to leave a legacy. Thank you so much. And we're off time. And a last, okay, after a comment, and also the contribution of CAF. Okay, because this is what you want. Do you imagine a world where we have the possibility of transforming lives forever? Because philanthropy, um, because all of us that are here with us, we comes from the deep desire of coming from others, and to generate more than good intentions. It requires scalability and sustainability, and we mobilize resources and to increase, we turn solidarity in systems that works and possibilities that last in a shared future for all the countries in Latam. And this philanthropy, it's and we need to have a collective impact, and also the urgency we need it long term, and to help in that structural transformation, and that's our goal. And therefore and this is a strategic, and thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna see. Hello, everybody. Okay. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Mauricio Reves. I am the Director of Financial Development. I'm going to welcome you to this panel that has as a goal to be able to analyze the commercial bank as a very important partner and to be able to develop the economic development. And therefore, it's essential and to because it's a stakeholder that has the knowledge and experience and also the territorial landscape of all the other aspects, and to support the closure of productive financial and social gaps in a sustainable and inclusive way. And the panel is going to analyze how the commercial bank can consolidate as a central enabler in the region, and to presenting the main challenges to be able to expand the productive long-term funding and also the possibilities in knowledge transfer and also the working with its relationship with development banks, trying to search for common goals that they have it, and also the actions and the big challenge that financial inclusion means. From CAF, we support the sectors for financial and non-financial to be able to be focused in the SMEs and also for the funding of green projects and for sustainability infrastructure and among other destinations. And now I'm going to give the floor to Ernesto Cortés, who is the editor of El Tiempo in Colombia. Thank you. And thank you so much. Uh, I would like to thank CAF, and I would like to have been here until the last panel in this room, and therefore we have Juan Carlos. And okay, it's not going to be very different with the panel. Thank you so much for your time, and this is going to be a very interesting panel. To be able to listen to men and women that also build in the countries, that also generate opportunities, and that also bet on the development. Because we're talking about Juan Carlos Mora, who's the president of Bancolombia. Welcome. Welcome all to all the people. And therefore to all my panelists, it's a pleasure to be here with you in this panel. I would like to welcome Veronica Gavilanes. She is the manager of Banco Sol. Oh, thank you, Ernesto. The truth, it's a pleasure to be able to share with you the panel. Thank you so much, Cav, for the invitation. Because this has been a strategic forum, and I'm convinced of something because these conversations have a transformative power. I would like to also welcome Ignacio Bolmer, and he works in international financial services. And thank you so much. And we would like to share with you this panel. And I would like to thank Ivan Andrade, who is the president of Banco Pacifico. Welcome. Thank you, everybody. And it's a pleasure to continue with this panel and to talk about such very important topics for the development of Latin America. From a very early stage, we have heard of expressions like to integration, unity, trust, and development. And as this panel is about to see what it's the role of commercial banking in development, I would like to start and how when we talk about with commercial bank and we talk about the beginning that it's associated to development, what's the approximate definition of what we can do about commercial and development bank? and about why we are here. And I feel like a father that it's scolding off a boy because the banks are asking us what is our role in our development. And I think that there is a bit of wisdom and relevance, but I would like to talk about this in broader terms. And when I was growing, we in Latam, we had the interest to compare ourselves with Asia, with Korea, and when you see Latam, and as and we can see that the reality is that if you compare this decade, Latam against Africa, Africa is going to grow 4.6%, and we 2.6%. And I think that this topic of development, it's a very deep level that covers all the areas. It covers the banking, the development bank, but this is a very deep topic that is going to be associated to two big topics. Number one, and to be able to understand where we are, we need to see the states as a place where there's a lot of internal consumption, where there is a very deep capital market. And having said of this, it starts from the bank because, and also the commercial bank, and also work and all to talk about productivity, about equality, and also banking and formalization, and also understanding the picture, um, because it's urgent that we all move in this direction. Thank you. And therefore the question in the same sense, but I want to expand it a bit more. It's that when we talk about development and when we talk about the role that all the stakeholders of a society, it's for a common for and even for the SMEs entrepreneurs, there is an association between bank and development, or this is something that we still don't understand in its all its dimensions. And I like this question a lot because we have assimilated the growth with development, and not necessarily it's the same. There can be economic growth that doesn't bring development, and that it has a very specific meaning because we have a big issues of inequality. And when for your questions, I think that people still don't understand what it's the role of some financial entities like this, and that are also admirable because and therefore in this concept of development. And when you asked Ignacio here, the complementarity with the development vision between the commercial bank and the development bank is it's huge. And development goes to have access to basic needs like education, like health, like an adequate justice. But it's not just the growth of the GDP. That's why we need to include this perspective of how development as a long and midterm vision to better societies is included in a collaborative between the development banks that are public funds with some banks that have a commercial interest but need to have the same development scope, that it's not, and also and that not also happens because it's to be aligned with the development to people. And Veronica, and we have not well developed, or that we haven't worried about expanding on that topic. And if you want to add the topic of gender of women, it would be great. Okay, thank you so much. And I think that we need to understand the nature of the regions, and I do believe I totally agree and therefore the big challenge it's inequality, and because we are so inequality, and even more that and therefore therefore the more inequality there is, the economic growth not necessarily reduces poverty. And we can see that 170 million live in poverty and 66 million live in extreme poverty. And the antidote for poverty and equality and entrepreneurship, LATAM, it's a region. It's from entrepreneurs. 99% of the existing companies are micro and small companies that employ more than 60% of the people in the region and represent 30% of the GDP. They're also present in the value chain of all the industries in this relationship. And we have a central topic to be able to promote development, and it's to bet on the financial inclusion of the small and middle enterprises that face so many structural challenges. We need to understand those barriers from demand, and most of them are focused in subsistence, where we have more where women and that live in rural areas have more participations, and of course the poor. And Banco Sol, it's a pioneer in Latin America. It's the first commercial bank that has scaled to be able to expand the access to public and private to public and private sectors in Bolivia. So the big challenge is to have this focus in the key segment that has the power to transform the region. And how can we improve our value proposal? And I think that the bank in general has made an effort, but it's still not enough. And I think that digitalization will allow us to get to more people. And also the global fintechs has been able to provide interesting results. And thanks to the internet and thanks to the possibility that people have a smartphone nowadays, 70% of the population in the region has an access to a charge mechanism that has become the most popular financial service. Not necessarily is this being translated to improve the financial health of people and to accompany its growth.
And perhaps, Ivan, if you can contribute with an idea, that would be wonderful. Ivan, when we speak about development, that's not only for the government. I mean, it needs to include more players of society and all governments. And we have been speaking a lot in this forum about supporting, about coaching, about integrating. But in Latin America, I don't know if in your country is the same. When we speak about development, governments speak about that. Do you feel that you are included in that, Ernesto? First of all, I think it's important to understand that the duty of a banker is to take care and money of clients. And it's difficult to ask a commercial banker to be, uh, let's say, to take risk and or daring and to meet the supply and needs of our people of our country. We need of accelerators. In other words, that commercial banks can go beyond of what normally is a business relationship in the productive sector. If you are looking to provide loans and for different segments, there are always barriers that client does not meet the minimum requirements, that he cannot provide a collateral or a guarantee. And that is why to combine commercial bank present to feel so that the commercial bank can feel included. No, to solve problems, and that capacity of the bank is quite limited. Therefore, one needs to think and what is the role of the development bank to help the commercial bank and can reach segments that otherwise it cannot. So, in that sense, a loan guarantee program of a development bank like CAF or development banks in different other countries are the ones that are going to allow that for that accelerator to exist and to gain speed, because right now it's going slow. We are not reaching places where we should be. And we need to be daring. You need to be willing to take risks. But the commercial banker cannot be daring. So you need to combine effects. So you can dare reach segments and then be part of a true solution. And that's not facts, not only words. Juan Carlos, I would like to add to your questions. Do we feel included when the government speak about development? I would say yes, totally. And not only included, but committed. I think that the commercial bank needs to understand what is its role. But there should be a clear view from the government of what is the direction the commercial bank should take. But there should be an infrastructure, and that infrastructure, let's say, include fiscal and tax terms. It can only be done on a cooperative basis with a development bank, government, and commercial bank, or the three of them fully committed for provide financial inclusion to persons and business, especially small businesses. It's a development factor which we have worked a lot, and it generates opportunity. We have a role, we feel included, and we feel committed, and we are doing the homework. Sometimes it's more difficult depending volatility given by the political uh, affairs or scenarios. It may be, but it costs us. Sometimes it's more difficult, as I said, uh, depending on the political cycles or situation. But we are fully included and committed. Ignacio, you want to add something? Yes, I would like to challenge that concept of daring or to be bold. I think all companies need to modernize. We have a lot of experiences and examples where we have modernized, and the role of the banking sector, the financial role and the non-financial role. Actually, we need to coach companies and persons throughout the entire life cycle, and we need to focus on topics that can really provide productivity in the future and generate more value to society. Now, the comment I made in the beginning, if the economies are small, all our businesses will be small, banks will be small, uh, entire operation will be small. And I think that has a tremendous cost when it comes to the development of that region or place. So commercial bank has an important job to do, and development banks have a responsibility. If you ask, for instance, any panel member here, how fast development banks move, surely they will do. They are not the fastest one. So I would add to our banks and to invite them to think what is our role. But that has been invented already. All products that for businesses, you feel sit everybody around the table, someone who leads, and you go to solve one topic after. There are issues of housing, consumption, company, business, infrastructure, but we need to work closely, hand in hand, and maybe not take 1 year or 6 months to do something. But we need to think of working with development banks. To pick the opinion, yeah, to ask you, I was provoked by Juan Carlos with his answers he's giving because I heard the same from presidents earlier this month, especially the president of Bolivia. It is a general concern, and Juan Carlos managed to express this. We are in a region volatile, that is volatile and polarized, where the institutions have been put, let's say, in, in a very limits, and so that they can be work with clear rules. So how are you seeing, observing men and women that are working in the bank sector that challenge, that poses the current political situation in the region before the actual role you need to perform? I think the role of the financial sector is decisive in the development of the region, dependent of the political orientation or ideas. Of course, you need to separate, not to lose the focus. So you need to separate that. In Bolivia has been a great example. The banking sector has been able to agree so that charges and payments across the country be interoperable. The access of barrier is eliminated for most of the population. Now there's a simple mechanism that produce an extraordinary affiliation, I believe it's the banking sector, 3.5 million that are right now are charging for the fees or whatever in an easy way. And to work on cash, to reduce the use of cash. And for that, we need to include in the financial system all sales transaction, all financial transaction. A piece of information for you, Lazio, was complicated in terms of macroeconomic or pretty challenging. However, this affiliation to the banking system has allowed the growth upon national persons by 20%. The affiliation, private sector, business sector, corporate sector, but natural persons, individuals continue believing in the banking sector. Surely, we are, yes, hopeful in Bolivia about the words of the president have been extraordinary. We need across the region to strengthen the regulatory framework of the financial system to go deeper, more access, especially on funding. And there, I want to make a comment. The label bonds and the emissions of bonds by the private banks with the caution of multilateral institutions are key. The region has lifted funds oriented to the environmental and social impact. And there, the role of coordinating ourselves better is paramount. And each segment has its own niche, its own bank, each institution decides where to operate, but we need to act in a cohesion basis. I'm talking about SMEs because if we aim of that, we are going to generate sustainable growth there in Latin America. Ivan, same question for you about uh, political volatility or ideology, the effect that it produces on you as a bank to contribute to development. I'm going to refer first of all to the crisis of 2008. Crisis of 2008 put the, the banking system, the payment systems to test. There were affectation in all countries across the region in one or other way. So the volatility characteristic is not only political, it is also economic. It's not something of one country. It could be of an entire region, or it could be even global. And that exposure that exists can only be, let's say, dampened if the commercial banking system that exists in the countries have a real equity growth that goes beyond the rhythm and it has been sustainable. There is no the capacity of access to the capital market, and that access allows for the equity of the banks to increase. Now it's going to be quite difficult to confront crisis. And this got nothing to do with policies. We need to have a think broader. Volatility exists everywhere. What we need to do is to prepare ourselves for that, and prepare means to take actions prior to the crisis, and capitalization is part of that. And there, an important role is being played by a development bank like CAF. And I'm going to put an analogy. CAF to grow in the past 5 years, let's say, launch the capitalization of the bank and increases the equity by $7 billion more. What that means? It means that it's going to have the capacity to reach 100,000 billion in assets. It was made, it was reality. It was really shown that it was a very well managed bank, but to grow and to fill its role as development bank, need to go out to the market. And therefore, shareholders, which are the different countries really, that need to be an agreement in increasing the equity of the bank. But the same goes for the commercial banks. Actually, the political volatility is there. We are subject to that, but that's not the reason that can make the work of the commercial bank difficult. And Veronica says just that in the case of Bolivia, regardless of what happened, the bank was strong, and other countries happened the same. But that's not sufficient. Uh, if we are cautious and we want that role of being let's say makers of development in our countries, we need to work on capitalization. Development bank like CAF helps that development, because if you go to programs like should be promoted by CAF, but that they are not effective, let's say, in terms of how much time it takes to accomplish things, then we should think that right, guarantees to commercial banks, meaning that less technical equity is being used, and therefore the capacity of the banks increase to reach certain segments. And in there, an additional factor of complementarity start to exist between development bank and commercial bank, and it will give the system more resistance to confront volatility when in terms of politics. Now, Juan Carlos, to follow this conversation, how do you imagine this? Say policies can be promoted, or let's say to seek a greater participation or collaboration between commercial bank, development bank, and public sector, and to promote other sectors like the ones Veronica was mentioning. Promote strategic sectors such as housing, infrastructure, and productivity. I'm going to link this question to something you were mentioning before, how easy it is to have less volatility, and what is the connection with policies. There are times when there's a propensity to be more aligned to the vision of governments. There are times where not. But there are needs in our region that are key. There is need to access dignified houses in the countries. When governments have that interest, we can get together to build infrastructure. There's a lacking of infrastructure that, of course, hinders development. And governments, for one political connotation or other, do not connect with this. But it could be housing, it could be social infrastructure, which of course is another important field for banks, or maybe financial inclusion. So I think that need to find the contact points. Commercial banks should be dedicated to that, and development banks play a fundamental role in that. When there are certain circumstances of volatility and certain political issues, they are catalysts. They have a greater capacity to speak with governments or shareholders, for instance, of the commercial bank or development bank, and facilitate the participation of private banks through guarantees and collaterals, the buying of a bond. There's something we haven't talked about in development Latin America, what we'll be confronting in this region around climate change is not minor. We have challenges for development, but how we are going to fund adaptation and mitigation of climate risks. There, alignment with private banks and government is key, and we need to get together with development banks. So there are a series of lines of action that we need to discover and work with government. Of course, commercial banking, we continue developing its own activities. For us, financial inclusion is something that is long term. We have been working on that 15 years, and the KPI of participation has gone from 60 to 97% of our population have a financial product right now, and that long-term vision cannot desert us. And we need to connect with political cycles at the same time. We need to have the sufficient adaptation capacity to the new realities. Very good, Juan Carlos. And now that you are proposing that in those terms, the president, chairman of Bank Colombia, Ignacio, what would you say are the challenges that you, as commercial bank, I mean, we have mentioned already climate change, for instance, maybe the challenge we are all nations are seeing is the fertility rates, aging population, the fertility rates uh, coming down. But what other challenges do you think, apart from this perhaps, you observe? Well, it depends. In Panama, in Panama, there is an important challenge around the topics we was talking in interoperability, for instance, in financial inclusion. A more user-friendly banking system. Panama has the opportunity to connect more with users, more than other countries abroad. So, how to be at the center of financial businesses in Panama? There is a significant opportunity, and also to have a clear outlook. And I don't know what are the main big problems the country is suffering. And that is a conversation that development banks and regulators need to participate. In the case of Venezuela, that's a different game altogether and without going into detail. But I think we need to do a lot. Just to give you an idea, the financial system in Venezuela, well, in Latin America, I would say 50% of GDP is what the banks contribute with countries, Panama and Chile, have k- k- kind of two times the GDP, what the financial system means. In Venezuela, maybe the 5% only. Notwithstanding, there are the same percentages in terms of use of financial services, etc. So we are going to require of more support by development banks. And the first thing, or the first ones that need to come in, are development banks. If the objective is really to develop, we we're going to require that help for all sectors. Um, the topic of housing, for instance, is strong, consumption is strong, but there are other challenges as well. And I have other examples of this as well. For instance, every month, maybe even with the smallest financial systems, we grow at a pace of 100,000 accounts per month. We have a fintech that is growing by 30,000 clients or accounts per month in Venezuela. Um, uh, digital wallet in dollars in Latin America to pay. Well, there was a hurricane, and we have helped um, multilaterally so that each person in every country, $100 are part of the banking system. It's clear that in case of Venezuela, multilateral institutions have a better role to play. Do you see some challenge, Veronica? Yeah, clearly link it on one side to the access to funding. And I think that need in that respect is urgent. And also to funnel or to, yes, uh, work on the growth of small businesses with a proper technological platform and innovation. this challenge from going from survival, digitalization, growth, etc., is good. But the other challenge is financial education. And we were talking about this in the forum. We share the need of introducing financial education at school level. Why not? University as well. Not maybe an engineer, whether man or women, are dominating financial topics which are essential. And finally, impact is progress and development. But for that, we need to have financial health. It's important today, but we are facing a good opportunity to co-create and modify or work upon the services law and serve those sectors that have been ignored for the most part. I don't know if Juan Carlos want to add something to this challenge or not. Well, I would say that the measurement of impact of funding to small and medium-sized companies, the, to work on underemployment, subemployment, the funding with a purpose. When it's been when development banks are included, or to reach segments that create wealth and those that are employing more persons, such as SMEs, that measurement of impact is pretty important. And that's a challenge per se. The time you hand over the money and you go and chase the client to see what happened, if that money was used or not. Well, but we need to go one step more beyond that. If we are promoting employment, for instance, the measurement of that impact is strictly related to formal employment. And combine those elements are quite a challenge. So that we can have programs with good efficiency. And one final question, but before, yes, some, yes, I want to put two questions in one. Just quickly enough to say that the volatility that exists in macroeconomics is a challenge, macroeconomic for commercial banks, for instance. And to manage that risk of volatility, the financial statements have a connotation, not only let us develop the activities we want. So a region with volatility, economic volatility, generate additional risk to develop the potentials. And because we are reaching the end of this panel, and many thanks to all of you for remaining here at this time of the day and listening to this important reflection. I never saw bankers before talking so honestly as they are speaking right now about topics that we were not aware of. That's why we want to pose two questions. The answer could be just one conceptual answer, or maybe to share an experience that you have lived or developed in something in your financial institution. I'm going to want you to produce a reflection, a couple of minutes, and then we will close. Banking, social responsible banking. What is that? What we understand by that? It's a term that, in the case of Colombia, we have been working or using a lot. And financial education is something that is demanding a lot of attention by the community. For instance, with them, we spoke before just a short while ago. Financial education from the school, from the infancy. Social responsible banking and financial education. So a fine reflection about that within the framework of development for Latin America. And you can do that as from experiences perhaps that you want to share with us, or maybe a reflection out of nothing. Ivan, we incorporated the concept. We need to be a bank that is socially responsible. And of course, this is easier to say than do it because combine elements. First of all, what does be social responsible mean? Financial education may be one of those responsibilities, but I think it goes beyond. We haven't found a formula. We haven't found the correct definition, which to turn over our efforts. And that you need to accept with honesty. At least in our case, that is that's the case. We haven't found what truly means uh, uh, be a bank that performs a role socially responsible. Well, in case of Banco Sol, that's extraordinary because the bank was born with a mission of being socially responsible through financial inclusion. So for me, the concept is to be to have that intention, working to close the financial gaps. Financial inclusion, of course, has the power to transform the lives of benefiting from financial products and services of high quality and pertinent that at the end impact the economic well-being of that person. In the case, when it comes to measure impact, we have clear figures. 81% of persons that access good financial product improve the conditions of life. We are measuring as well employment. 40% of companies led by women that had received the social bond tag as uh, gender equality declare that they have grown by 43% in the generation of jobs or employment. That is to be a bank socially responsible. The finances of inclusion have multiple, let's say, accelerators. The banks cannot ignore its mission to reduce poverty, coach structurally, of course, with the support of the public sector and multilateral ones. In this case, to close that particular gap. It's not a pretext, it's a responsibility. Yeah, very quickly, I think that banks in general, in history, are wearing that tag of not being socially responsible. We need to be aware that through history, and there are examples that show that that is the case for us. The challenge is to have a balance in three dimensions: a commercial bank to be profitable, but reasonably profitable. This, I mean, beyond reasonable. Reasonable. Oh, there's a big discussion. What is to be reasonable? It's not profitability goes beyond the rational. And fact number two, what is my responsibility in sustainability, especially environmental topics? That's one pillar. And the number two is social impact. How do I keep a balance in those three variables? What we do is to find a balance. We need to be profitable, reasonable profitable, because otherwise we won't be able to survive. But what impact are we providing in sustainability and the challenges that exist for towards the environment and socially? What are we doing? And that should be the guide of each one of the actions, how to achieve balancing those three pillars. If we manage, we are a socially responsible bank.
And we still there's still a time for that, but I think that we need to work in the future of the organization. And we have always been socially responsible. I think that we have been part of society with a higher or lower level of success. But I think that what the banks have to do, and more than a minimal feasible product, it's a kind product, try to connect, try to connect with people, and to also to have products that are useful, to be able to have ways to delivering credits that it's not a collateral, to try to connect. I think I think it's important to connect from the human side. And I also agree with the pillars that you've talked about from the profitability, because if you're not profitable, you're not going to be able to accompany your customer, and also and measure and to define what do you want to do, what you don't want to do. And that's for a much more social bank. And I think that once again, we wanted to rescue the bank and the role of society for what you are telling me, that sometimes one puts barriers. And I only wear a tie when I'm going to ask for money. And I think that this is something that we need to ensure. But if it's not a tie, I'm going to ask money to the development bank or someone. And I think that we need to be closer, and I think that we need to have more impact on the people. I'm wearing a tie because I'm working with bankers, so I wear a tie when I'm back with bankers. Okay, once again, you've heard four wonderful presentations of men and women from the bank. And as I said before, it has been extraordinary to listen to you all, and also the role that they fulfill in the goal of this talk that was the development. I do know that we have challenges that I think that we talked about the region, but also the macroeconomic stability, the political stability. They are essential for the development of commercial bank, and also leveraged with development banks and with investment funds and such. And therefore, once again, a round of applause for the speakers. Thank you so much for your time.